Chapter 4601. Seeing that the Crown Prince had come to watch the competition, and especially for Jiang Chen, many people instantly changed their opinions. It was understandable that Jiang Chen was able to obtain the Crown Prince's appreciation and participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition. When the time came, they would see who would have the last laugh. So what? Could it be that the Crown Prince could enter the microcosm world? Without the protection of the Crown Prince, who does he think he is? Gagaga, when the time comes, I will teach him a good lesson. Do you think His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will protect him forever? In this microcosm world, he won't have it easy. Even without this book, I'll still beat him into a pig's head. However, there were also people who didn't care at all. Perhaps they were jealous of Jiang Chen, perhaps they wanted to be in the limelight, perhaps they wanted to step on Jiang Chen, or perhaps they disdained to do so. There were all kinds of people, but without exception, who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Who didn't want to be in the limelight? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He knew that the Crown Prince had good intentions. He wanted to let others know that he was on the Crown Prince's side. At that time, no one would dare to act rashly. At the very least, if they wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, they would have to think twice. At the very least, his life wouldn't be in danger. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just an unnecessary action. Lin Tianlin's good intentions had arrived, but it felt like Jiang Chen was under someone else's protection. Little did he know that the one who truly needed protection wasn't Jiang Chen, but Lin Tianlin. However, Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. Even if he saw through it, he wouldn't say it. One day the world would know who was relying on who. Let's begin. Everyone has a spatial talisman in their hands. If your life is in danger, feel free to crush the spatial talisman. At that time, you'll naturally be able to escape from the microcosm world. Chen Hongmin waved his hand and 50 spatial talismans appeared in everyone's hands. The trip to the microcosm world was imminent. With Chen Hongmin in the lead, the 5 of them worked together to open the microcosm world, and the 50 of them immediately entered. Lin Tianlin silently watched as Jiang Chen left. The participants of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition were all very strong. The 6th Heaven Star Lord was the weakest, while the experts of Kirin province were a mix of good and bad. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of repulsive people. Some even said that if it weren't for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Kirin province would never have sent Jiang Chen and the others. Even Mu Tianlin couldn't escape the misfortune of being framed. They said that he fawned on the rich and powerful to cater to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What he did was simply too despicable. He even threw away the reputation of Kirin province. However, Mu Tianheng was indifferent. Since he had decided to take the gamble, he would have to bear the criticism from all sides. With the strength of Jiang Chen and the others, they were not qualified to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition, but he still made such a decision. Unless Jiang Chen could stand out from the crowd and become the true champion, he would probably follow Mu Tianheng for the rest of his life. The microcosm world. Everyone was teleported to different places. The microcosm world wasn't very big, but there were a lot of fig trees. The fruits of the fig fruit could only be used for alchemy. They weren't very precious, but they were very rare. If they wanted to get more fig fruits, they had to constantly search for them, or even snatch the fruits from the hands of others. Only the final winner could become the true winner. Whoever had more fig fruits could stand at the top of the pyramid. Why do you still want to follow us? Zhang Wangjing said with a proud expression. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a sneer on his face. His words were filled with mockery. That's right, why don't you take a piss and see if you're qualified? You still want to search for the fig fruit with us? In your dreams. Humph. Forget it. Some people are destined to be useless for the rest of their lives. They can only achieve what they have today by relying on their connections. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if it wasn't for the Crown Prince, how could they have the chance to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition? But some connections can't be relied on for a lifetime. To forge iron, one must be strong. Do you want us to wipe your ass for you? You'll only be a burden, what's the use? Zhang Wangjing, don't go too far. This is the decision of the prefecture master. What right do you have to scold him? If you have the guts, go talk to the prefecture master. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mu Yibai's face was filled with anger. These people were too shameless. They had just entered the microcosm world and they already wanted to kick them out. Kirin province was supposed to be a whole, but now it had fallen apart. Where was their chance of winning? Ibai is right. What you're doing is a bit too much. However, it's important to know your place. Brother Jiang is not the kind of person who tries to curry favor with the rich and powerful. He will use his own abilities to impress you. Murong Tianci said with a faint smile. However, his words were more vicious than Zhang Wangjing's. Using a soft knife to torture people was the most terrifying thing. Let's go. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled De Huang and Long Shan, who were already fuming. Starting a fight now would not do them any good. Since they wanted to show off, why not give them a chance? If they split up now, it would be like cutting off an arm from Murong Tianci's group. They were full of confidence. Why would Jiang Chen want to hurt them? De Huang didn't understand, but Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with them. We are ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, if you are willing to follow me and Brother Murong, we are still good brothers. We are determined to win the glory of Kirin province. We won't make things difficult for those who aren't willing. We'll go our separate ways. Zhang Wangjing said with a smile. However, Mu Yibai's expression darkened. In the end, he didn't follow Murong Tianci's group. Instead, he went with Jiang Chen and Long Shan. Yibai, I will wait for you. In this 1 month, you will know how wrong it was to follow this group of weak people. Murong Tianci said calmly. He turned around and left in a carefree manner. Zhang Wangjing and the other 6 Sky Star Lords snorted and followed him, disappearing from the microcosm world. Little Chenzi, if you didn't stop them, Lord Dog would have taught them a lesson. Chapter 4602. Some people won't understand how trashy they are if they don't experience some pain and setbacks. Why bother with a bunch of trash? Even if we stick together, do you think they will help us? He, you don't have to blame yourself, Miss Mu. This has nothing to do with you. These arrogant people will eventually suffer. A month's time isn't long, but it's not short either. The microcosm world is destined to be a bloodbath. Let's just watch from the sidelines. Jiang Chen was indifferent, turning a blind eye to Murong Tianci and Zhang Wangjing's mockery. Kirin province was now divided into 2. They would be the ones to suffer. Don't worry, with little Chunzi around, I'm never worried. Long Shan smiled. Master, I'll listen to you. Mu Yibai glanced at Long Shan and nodded silently. The people of Kirin province parted ways the moment they entered the microcosm world. If Mu Tianhing knew about this, he would probably roll his eyes in anger. While Jiang Chen and the others were searching for the flowerless fruit in the microcosm world, Big Yellow and Xiaolong were chasing after the fruit like wild horses. Because of Mu Yibai's presence, Dragon Shan was much steadier. Together with Mu Yibai, they were like guardians of a flower. There weren't many beasts in the microcosm world, but the flowerless fruit was even harder to find. That was why it was the focus of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition. De Huang, why don't you King look for the flowerless fruit? Dragon Shan had a helpless look on his face. This guy was jumping around with the little dragon like a heartless pug. He didn't look like a Star Lord at all. What did you say? I don't. Here, no, see. De Huang flew around the forest with Xiaolong, happy like a child. Jiang Chen could only smile helplessly. Let him play. This damned dog has been heartless for a long time. Jiang Chen glanced at Long Shan and Mu Yibai, and the 3 of them continued to search for the fig tree. However, after searching for 2 days, the 3 of them only found a single flowerless fruit. Although it wasn't precious, it was still a headache to find it. Found it! Found it! Xiaolong shouted at Jiang Chen and the others. Holy shit! He really found it. We're going to be rich. De Huang's eyes lit up, and together with Xiaolong, they dug up a withered tree root. Inside the withered tree root were actually more than 100 flowerless fruits. In that instant, both De Huang and Xiaolong couldn't contain their excitement. What are you shouting for? If you found it, then you found it. What's there to shout about? Long Shan said snappily. Humph, you damned monkey. Come and see how many figs Elder Dog has found first. De Huang said proudly. Jiang Chen and the others followed the sound, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they were completely stunned. Isn't this too shocking? They searched for 2 days and 2 nights without rest, and they only found a single flowerless fruit. These two fellows must have gone crazy to find so many flowerless fruits by accident. It was too shocking. This should be a squirrel's nest, and these flowerless fruits are the squirrel's stored food. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect these two fellows to be so lucky. More than 100 flowerless fruits. They were too lucky. You're really something. Mu Yibai sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face was full of smiles, unable to contain his excitement. So many flowerless fruits, Xiaolong. You're really a lucky general. Long Shan patted Xiaolong's head and gave him a kiss. Hey hey hey. Damned monkey. Elder dog found them. I'm the one who did the most. De Huang patted Xiaolong's shoulder and said, You're also a lucky dog, ha ha ha. How about I give you a kiss too? Long Shan said with a smile. Get lost, you old pervert, elder dog doesn't like males. De Huang snorted coldly, and moved away from Long Shan, as if he was afraid of being molested by Long Shan. Jiang Chen kept the flowerless fruits, and everyone was in a good mood. With so many flowerless fruits, Jiang Chen believed that they would definitely be the first place this time. We got so many flowerless fruits so effortlessly. Looks like we still have to be careful. Long Shan looked at Jiang Chen. Different situations call for different actions. Little Chenzi said that no matter who comes, it won't matter. Damn it, at most, we'll kill them all. This elder dog found all of them. Big Yellow said in an overbearing manner. At this moment, everyone was staring at their surroundings with vigilance and cautiously advancing forward. Although they had obtained more than 100 flowerless fruits, Jiang Chen was still looking for flowerless fruits as usual. In order to be safe, the more flowerless fruits he found, the more confident he would be. In the evening, Jiang Chen's group was stopped by a small stream. The other party was led by two women, who were from the White Tiger residence. They held long sabers in their hands and stood in front of Jiang Chen's group. Sisters, could it be that you're here for something? Mu Yibai said with a faint smile. I want your flowerless fruits. Bai Lu said in a low voice. Her gaze was extremely cold as it swept past the 5 of them. As for the 10 people from the White Tiger mansion, all of them were brimming with vigor. Their auras were awe-inspiring and full of tiger might. We haven't found any flowerless fruits yet. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. However, the woman in front of him was very difficult to deal with. No. Who are you trying to fool? Only you can find the flowerless fruits. If you don't hand them over, don't blame me for being impolite. Baizhi snorted coldly and said. Bai Lu and Bai Lu were almost 70 to 80% similar. They were twin sisters and their strength and talent were among the top in the White Tiger residence. You stinky bitches, are you trying to take advantage of me? Do you think I'll take off my pants for you to check? Do you dare to look? Ha! De Huang sneered and said. Shameless bastard. You're courting death. Baizhi raised his saber and approached De Huang in an instant. De Huang dodged and rolled away. He turned around and did a somersault and hit Baizhi's saber with his head. The clanging sound was incomparably ear-piercing. De Huang did not retreat at all. He roared in a low voice and was full of fighting spirit. Don't force me to make a move. Even if you get 100 flowerless fruits, you'll still be a loser if you retreat in advance. Some things are like hot potatoes that you can't handle. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. As the old saying goes, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. I don't want to kill you. Chapter 4603. A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. It seems that we don't deserve these things, right? Jiang Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and the corners of his mouth became calmer. Long Shan and De Huang both knew that Jiang Chen was finally going to make his move after keeping silent for so long. You bitch, you've gone too far. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Long Shan glared at her. Apart from Mu Yibai, he didn't have such patience for other women. It seems that we have to fight to the death in this battle. Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. We can also turn hostility into friendship, but it depends on whether you're willing to or not. Bai Lu shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, looking calm and charming. Brother Jiang, you're the favorite of the crown prince. Why don't you join hands with me? How about it? Rule the world when awake and lie on the lap of a beauty when drunk. This is a man's ultimate dream. Who can refuse it? Bai Lu's eyes became more and more seductive. Although her appearance wasn't inferior to Mu Yibai, Jiang Chen had long been immune to it. Which of his women wasn't more beautiful than her? This honey trap was indeed a little shabby. Sorry, I like to be alone. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Jiang Chen looked calm and unmoved. Bai Lu's eyes gradually became cold. No one had ever been able to refuse her. This Jiang Chen's strength was ordinary. Just because he had some connections with the crown prince, he didn't know how to appreciate favors. Did he really think that his strength was enough to compete with the top experts in the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems that you're determined to fight with my white tiger mansion. Mui Bai, your biggest mistake is to follow this group of people. I won't kill you, but these people must die. Bai Lu already had the intention to kill Jiang Chen and the others. Mui Bai was the daughter of Mu Tianhing of Kirin province. If she killed him, she would have to bear the consequences. Even if she won first place, she might not be able to keep her life. However, she didn't care about Jiang Chen and the others. Even if he had a good relationship with the crown prince wouldn't like a useless person. The royal family valued benefits. As long as they had enough strength, the crown prince wouldn't have any problems. The White Tiger Mansion was controlled by His Majesty, so the crown prince wouldn't object. Sister, why are you still talking to them? They're just a bunch of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They only have their strength, and the crown prince wouldn't have any problem with them. If they could have their strength, of the king of the crown prince they would be. Baijia's smile was incomparably bright, but there was a hidden dagger hidden in his smile. His feminine side was not inferior to his sister, Bai Lu. The mouth of a green bamboo snake and the stinger of a wasp. I'm afraid they're not as vicious as you two. Long Shisan frowned. A battle was about to break out. They didn't know where they got the news. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared out of nowhere and blocked their way. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they could only fight. You're courting death. Give me your life. Baizha was furious and yelled. Compared to her sister, she was more irritable. However, she did have the strength to be irritable. She was a 6th heaven star lord. Such strength was enough to look down on everyone. Many men couldn't even catch up to her. Compared to Jiang Chen and the others, who were much weaker than them, Baijia's arrogance showed her pride and madness. Do it. Jiang Chen knew that they had to fight this battle. These people were closing in and wouldn't stop until they reached their goal. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they might really think he was a pushover. Facing these 2 shrews who were even more terrifying than female yakshas, Jiang Chen didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. If anything went wrong, they might not even be able to move an inch. So, he naturally wouldn't hold back at all. I, Master Dog, can't hold back any longer. He. De Huang and Long Shisan were at the front, and Mu Yibai and Xiaolong were at the back. The 4 of them guarded the 4 directions and faced the people from the White Tiger residence. Why bother? You know you can't do it, but you still do it. I really don't know if I should say you're tenacious or courting death. He. Bai Lu's smile was very calm. She didn't put Jiang Chen and the others in her eyes at all. In her eyes, it wasn't difficult to kill them. She just didn't want to cause more trouble. However, they were still stubborn at this stage. She could only suppress them with strength. You shouldn't be so impulsive. The elites of the White Tiger residence will all die in your hands. What a pity. Jiang Chen was still walking leisurely, facing the situation calmly. Ridiculous. Do you think Murong Tianxi and the others will come to save you? Or do you think you can escape from me? You're too conceited. You're just a 3rd heaven star lord. You don't care about your life or death, but your friends will die because of you. I'm afraid you'll blame yourself. On the road to hell, you guys can depend on each other for survival. Bai Lu took a step forward and approached Jiang Chen. She held a long saber in her hand and emitted a murderous aura. She didn't slack off at all. She wanted to kill him in one blow. Since he wasn't willing to hand over the flowerless fruit in his hand, she could only take action. Unless they gave up and crushed the space talisman in their hands, they would die for sure. Bai Lu's saber technique was as swift as the wind. In an instant, she was already standing in front of Jiang Chen. The saber in her hand rose and fell like a breeze, but Jiang Chen still didn't move an inch. Bai Lu couldn't help but be startled. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Suddenly, a sword shadow descended from the sky. The black shadow became longer and longer under the setting sun. That sword strike made Bai Lu's heart tremble. The black eagle in front of Jiang Chen made her a little dazed. His strength wasn't inferior to hers at all. Who exactly is this guy? Who are you? Bai Lu never thought that there would be such a powerful expert by Jiang Chen's side. She didn't notice it at all before. Not to mention her, even the 4 prefectures and 1 camp masters didn't notice it at all. Do it. Don't hold back. Jiang Chen said coldly. The Black King didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Bai Lu. He was decisive and imposing. His sword shadow swept across. The Black King and Bai Lu were both at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Star-Lord realm. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. No matter what, Bai Lu was a genius of the White Tiger residence. She was one of the best in the White Tiger residence. However, the Black King was also very ruthless. An ordinary 7th heaven of the White Tiger residence might not be his opponent. Those below the 7th heaven of the White Tiger residence definitely couldn't be his enemy. Bai Lu's blade was sharp, and every step she took was filled with murderous intent. Her agile figure advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. Although she was a woman, she wasn't any worse than a man. In fact, she was even better. No one in the White Tiger residence could match her strength. Chapter 4604. On the other side, 4 6th Sky Astrolords and 5 5th Sky Astrolords faced Long Shersan's group. Mu Yibai faced Bai Zhe, while Long Shersan and De Huang fought 1 against 3. Even Xiao Long could hold his own against a 5th Sky Astral Lord. The battle was extremely intense. Long Shersan and De Huang were the most excited. The two of them were born with a thirst for battle, and they had been holding it in for a long time. Now that Jiang Chen had spoken, they wanted to go on a killing spree. As for what the other lords had said, De Huang had already forgotten about it. They took the initiative to attack, and De Huang showed no mercy. He used his Iron Head divine art to send 2 5th Sky Astral Lords flying. Howls rang out incessantly. Long Shersan wielded the unparalleled godly staff and did not lose out to De Huang at all. He swept his staff horizontally with a domineering aura. The experts of the White Tiger residence were all forced back by the two of them, suffering unspeakably. Although Mu Yibai was having a hard time against Bai Zhe, he still had his eyes fixed on her. If she was allowed to withdraw, Long Shersan and the others would definitely feel more pressure. The battle between Mu Yibai and Bai Zhe could be considered a true battle between the geniuses of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. After all, Jiang Chen and the others had caught up later. However, Bai Zhe and Mu Yibai were both outstanding talents born and raised in the Lin nation. Countless people in the 4 manors and 1 battalion had mentioned them in the same breath. Bai Zhe was extremely disdainful of this. In her eyes, if it wasn't for her father, how could Mu Yibai have such good cultivation resources? How could she be so well known? In today's battle, Bai Zhe was furious and determined to teach Mu Yibai a harsh lesson. She would let her know who the true genius of the 4 manors and 1 battalion was. She was not worthy. From today onwards, Mu Yibai, don't even think about becoming the peerless goddess of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion, because all of Kirin province will be kicked out of the minor cosm world. I'll let the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion see how pathetic you are. Bai Zhe's saber technique was calm and murderous. The strongest technique of the White Tiger residence was the amber saber technique. Bai Zhe and Bai Lu were even more proficient in it. It was difficult to compete with them. With the saber behind him, Mu Yibai felt a lot of pressure. 3 Ultimately fire. Mu Yibai's palm was ablaze, and the fiery light shot up into the sky. Lightning and fire overlapped within his palm, and in the blink of an eye he struck out, fighting Bai Zhe to the death. On the other side, Bai Lu was already at a disadvantage. The strength of the Black King made her heart tremble. This black-clothed man, whose strength was on par with hers, had the majesty of a mountain. It was as if he had completely suppressed her, and there was no way she could turn the tables. Bai Lu was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. She attacked frantically, trying to force the Black King to retreat. However, the Black King was more terrifying than her. Each of his attacks was fatal, and it seemed as if he could see through her every move. Jiang Chen sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. He was completely unmoved. The Black King's attack had already put Bai Lu in a deep predicament. There was no way for her to jump out of the quagmire. Get lost! The Black King bellowed, revealing his murderous intent. Bai Lu was horrified. As she rolled, She was almost killed by the Black King's sword. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was in a sorry state. Baizha! Bai Lu called out in a low voice. Baizha turned around and left Mu Yi Bai. He joined hands with his sister Bai Lu to confront the Black King. Damn you, Jiang Chen! You're courting death. Baizha did not continue to chase after the Black King. Instead, she closed in on Jiang Chen, besieging Wei to rescue the besieged. Jiang Chen was in trouble, and the black-clothed man couldn't ignore it. Under such circumstances, the sisters would wait for the opportunity to take action and gradually break through the encirclement. Baizha's eyes were filled with surprise because she was about to hit Jiang Chen. This guy had nowhere to hide, and there was no way for him to escape. At this moment, the Black King was also too far away to rescue Jiang Chen. Go to hell! Baizha gritted her teeth. Her eyes were gloomy, and her heart was filled with joy. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the ringleader. Now that Jiang Chen was defeated, these people were bound to collapse like stray dogs. Not only did Jiang Chen not dodge, but there was also a smile at the corner of his mouth. Let's see how you can laugh later. The blade was pointed at Jiang Chen. At the moment when her life was hanging by a thread, Bai Lu's heart suddenly sank, because she had an ominous premonition. Jiang Chen's eyes were too strange. What the hell was this guy doing? He didn't even know how to dodge? Was he courting death, or did he have a card up his sleeve? Bai Lu looked at this scene without blinking, but it was too late. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. As soon as the blade came out, it destroyed everything. Only a rainbow light flashed. Jiang Chen had once again put away his sword, but Baizha's body came to an abrupt halt in front of Jiang Chen. No! Bai Lu screamed at the top of her lungs. Her face was ashen. In the next moment, she clearly saw Baizha's body being sliced into two. Even the saber in his hand only shattered the moment it fell to the ground. It wasn't just cut in two, it was shaken into 9 pieces. Even until death, there was not the slightest trace of pain on Baizha's face. She didn't even know how she died, and she had already left this world. It was too fast. No one knew how terrifying that sword was. Bai Lu didn't dare to try, because she was afraid that she would be obliterated by Jiang Chen's sword without leaving a trace. That slash seemed light, but it consumed a lot of Jiang Chen's energy. Moreover, he had yet to fully control the heavenly dragon sword. That slash had consumed 30% of his Genesis Chi. One could imagine how terrifying the heavenly dragon sword was. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To control the heavenly dragon sword, the price Jiang Chen had to pay was most likely unimaginable. But the fact that Baizha was killed with one sword strike made the people of White Tiger residence shudder. Jiang Chen, who was at the 3rd layer of Star-Lord, killed a 6th layer Star-Lord with one sword strike. It was unbelievable. Roar, roar. Bai Lu was also completely enraged. She roared like a tiger and howled like a monkey. She roared and charged at Jiang Chen. But the Black King wouldn't give them a second chance. The Black King was already prepared for that sword strike. Before Bai Lu could get close to Jiang Chen, she was already suppressed by the Black King. When the people of White Tiger residence saw that Baizha was killed and Jiang Chen defeated the enemy with one move, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even Baizha was killed in seconds, let alone them. Jiang Chen was still calm, but the fact that he killed Bai Lu was a great boost to Longsher San and De Huang. Their morale soared, and it became easier for them to deal with the people of White Tiger residence. Baizha died, and Bai Lu retreated in defeat. The success or failure of White Tiger residence was only a hair's breadth away. Kill. Chapter 4605. Amber Heartless Saber. Bai Lu's final attack was determined to kill Jiang Chen. This was her last hope. Even if she knew she was no match for the Black King, even if she took a blow from the Black King, she would still chase after Jiang Chen with her life. The Amber Heartless Saber was able to sever intestines with every strike. When she clashed with the Black King, she retreated after one strike and went all out to strangle Jiang Chen, even at the cost of her own life. Dragon Transformation. Jiang Chen's figure expanded. Under the dragon transformation, his aura continued to rise, reaching the 5th heaven of the Star-Lord realm. He drew his sword and swung it down. This time, Bai Lu still couldn't resist Jiang Chen's attack. In addition, she was already seriously injured. When the sword fell, Bai Lu trembled in fear. Jiang Chen's sword momentum was unparalleled. By the time she wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Another swift attack. The seriously injured Bai Lu wanted to take the opportunity to kill Jiang Chen, but she didn't want to go for wool and come home shorn. She was directly knocked back by Jiang Chen's sword. All the meridians in her body were broken, and her dantian was shattered. Blood spurted out of her mouth. She didn't have long to live. PFFF. After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Lu could no longer resist. She knelt on the ground and couldn't straighten her body anymore. In the end, she fell into a pool of blood. The faces of the White Tiger Mansion's experts turned pale with fright. Bai Lu and Bai Zhe were the backbone of the White Tiger Mansion, and they were the hope of the White Tiger Mansion. Now that the two of them had died one after the other, it was undoubtedly the descent of misfortune for the White Tiger Mansion. Even so, knowing that the situation was hopeless, they could not continue to make meaningless sacrifices, so they crushed the interspatial talismans in their hands one after another to escape from the small universe world. Even so, one of them was still hit by Big Yellow, and he died a graveless death. The White Tiger residents can't even withstand a single blow. That's all you've got, and you want to rob others? Still trying to act coquettishly? Puh. De Huang said arrogantly and stepped on Bai Lu's body. Bai Lu's eyes widened as she stared at De Huang. In the end, she lost her life. She still had a breath left, but she was angered to death. Jiang Chen sheathed his sword. Although he had only attacked twice, he had already used up more than half of his energy. Even with the myriad cheese recovery, it still felt like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Moreover, dealing with a sixth heavenly layer Star-Lord was already his limit. It was absolutely impossible to kill a seventh heavenly layer Star-Lord with a single attack. Jiang Chen was not even confident. 3 people from the White Tiger residence have died. I'm afraid that the White Tiger residence will not let this matter rest. Mu Yibai said worriedly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, then I can only send them to hell. No one is an exception. Since the people of the White Tiger residence wanted to kill and rob, they should have thought that they might be killed by others. Jiang Chen sneered. That's right. If it weren't for little Chenzi who killed those 2 female yakshas, we wouldn't be in a better situation. Long Shan nodded. The people of the White Tiger residence are already dead. I'm afraid the people outside must be in an uproar now. Mu Yibai said with a solemn expression. Although the leaders of the 4 residences and 1 camp have said that killing is not allowed, we can't just wait for others to kill us, right? It's a normal defense. They deserve to be killed. Draconic Shan said firmly. If they're killed, then so be it. Why are there so many rules? If anyone doesn't agree, just kill them. Jiang Chen's words made Mu Yibai hold his breath. His teacher was too domineering. However, with just those 2 attacks, he had killed the 2 strongest experts of the White Tiger residence. Who wouldn't be terrified? Mu Yibai was even more confident now. With Jiang Chen around, Kirin province would have a great chance to defeat everyone and become the final winner. Outside the minor cosm world, it was incomparably quiet, because everyone was resting and cultivating silently, waiting for the final result. Residence Master, Bai Lu and Bai Zhe, the 2 of them. The disciples of the White Tiger residence rolled out of the minor cosm world one after another, looking extremely wretched. Many people around them chose to close their eyes and rest, waiting for the good news. What happened? The residence master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, had a cold look in his eyes. Looking at the remaining 7 disciples who were covered in dirt, his heart sank. Many people gathered around. 7 disciples of the White Tiger residence had come out. What about the remaining 3? They were most likely dead, weren't they? What happened to Bai Lu and Bai Zhe? Bai Bijiang asked. They were killed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen of the Kirin province is that unknown brat. The disciples of the White Tiger residence gnashed their teeth and said with lingering fear. They had almost died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Fortunately, they escaped in time. Otherwise they would have died. What? Bai Bijiang's face darkened and his body trembled. Bai Zhe and Bai Lu were his nieces. They were his blood relatives. How could they be killed in the minor cosm world? Moreover, it was the Jiang Chen that everyone looked down on and disapproved of? The dark horse of the Kirin province was actually this strong? Everyone was shocked. Bai Lu and Bai Zhe of the White Tiger Palace were famous, and they were even stronger than Mu Yibai. They were the two peerless geniuses of the White Tiger Palace, and they had attracted the attention of many talented disciples of the Lin country. However, no one had expected that the grand competition of the 4 mansions and 1 battalions would result in the death of 2 young girls in the prime of their youth. It was a pity, and even a pity. However, life and death were up to fate. The 4 mansions and 1 camp competition was an extremely cruel trial. This time, the fearless prefecture master decided to set the battlefield in the microcosm world after some discussion. They were mentally prepared for the outcome. However, they didn't expect the 2 top geniuses of the White Tiger residence to die just like that. How could the prefecture master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, not be angry? Everyone knew that this was a trial and not a real fight to the death. The 4 mansions and 1 camp competition would leave some leeway. However, this Jiang Chen, who appeared out of nowhere, didn't know when to advance or retreat. He actually killed the 2 geniuses of the White Tiger residence in this battle. Moreover, he didn't even have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. How could the prefecture master of the White Tiger residence, Bai Bijiang, not be angry? The entire plaza was in an uproar. Jiang Chen was originally just a disciple of the Kirin province. He only gained some fame after killing Zhu Chongqing. However, compared to the real outstanding geniuses of the 4 mansions and 1 camp, he was still a step behind. However, today's battle made Jiang Chen famous. The White Tiger residence was the first to be chased out of the microcosm world. In other words, the White Tiger residence had lost the qualification to compete for the final winner of the 4 mansions and 1 camp competition. Only a few days had passed. This kind of news spread out of the microcosm world and shocked everyone like a heavy bomb. Jiang Chen's name had become a nightmare in everyone's heart. Many of those who looked down on him fell into silence. Was this guy really that strong? Could Jiang Chen be the strongest dark horse of the Kirin province, the Qilin scholar? Chapter 4606. Mu Tianheng's expression remained the same, but deep down, he was extremely happy. Compared to Bai Bijiang, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Mu Tianheng was like heaven and earth. Mu Tianheng, we have repeatedly ordered them not to kill anyone in this trial. Don't you think the people of Kirin province have gone too far? Bai Bijiang pressed on, glaring at Mu Tianheng. My Qilin Mansion's disciples are absolutely not bloodthirsty people. But since your White Tiger Mansion's disciples are already dead, I have nothing to say. But we don't know the reason behind it. Maybe it was your White Tiger Mansion's disciples that made the first move? They wanted to bully Jiang Chen because he was a pushover, but they didn't expect to hurt themselves instead. It's not impossible. I believe the disciples of Kirin province. Otherwise, what would you do now? Do you want to pay with your life? They can only blame themselves for overestimating themselves, Mu Tianheng said calmly. Mu Tianheng said plainly. He didn't hesitate to answer Bai Bijiang's question. White Tiger Prefecture had become the laughingstock of the world for being the first to be eliminated in this competition. Plus, the death of Bai Lu and Bai Zhe had also caused the other 3 forces to panic. They had all underestimated Jiang Chen. It seemed like Mu Tianheng had come prepared. So what? Is this the reason for the people of Kirin province to kill people? Bai Bijiang said unforgivingly. You're so arrogant now because you're not as good as others? If you can't afford to lose, why did you come to participate in the competition of the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Don't tell me I have to smile and wait for you to kill me when someone puts a knife to my neck? Mu Tianheng asked in return. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Bai Bijiang. Bai Bijiang was so angry that he was speechless. This matter needs to be discussed. Lao Bai, it's still unknown who is right and who is wrong. When the trial is over, we will naturally know. Life and death are decreed by fate. The weak can only be eliminated. Chen Hongmin's words were impartial, but Bai Bijiang's face darkened when he heard it. Are the people of White Tiger Mansion going to die in vain? What else do you want? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Mu Tianheng was not to be outdone. Didn't you all look down on the ugly melons and cracked dates of our Kirin province? Now that you've suffered a heavy injury, you're not willing to accept it. What have you been doing? That's enough. Battalion Commander Chen is right. This matter cannot be concluded yet. Let's wait until after the 4 battalions and 4 battalions grand competition. If it's an intentional killing, then it's our duty. If it's an unintentional killing and there's a reason behind it, then it's another matter. Lin Tianlin's words were the final word. Even if Bai Bijiang was unwilling, he couldn't refute it. If he died, he could only blame the people of the White Tiger residence for not being skilled enough. Humph. Jiang Chen and the others continued to search for the flowerless fruit cautiously. After learning from the mistakes of the White Tiger residence, they were much more restrained. After all, the other 3 battalions were not easy to deal with. According to Mu Yibai, the White Tiger residence was the weakest among them, even weaker than Kirin province. Those who killed the people of the White Tiger residence were not considered strong. The truly powerful ones were the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Camp. They were the real geniuses. However, for Jiang Chen, they were just his whetstones. This microcosm world is really not a good place. Even birds don't shit here. Except for those girls from the White Tiger residence, Lord Dog is bored to death. Sigh. If only a few people could jump out to play with me, then I can have fun to my heart's content. Hee hee. Big Yellow wagged his tail and ran all the way. He had a lot of fun playing with Xiaolong, but after a long time, he also felt that it was very boring. Fighting was still more enjoyable. Previously, when he fought with the experts of the White Tiger office, he had fought 4 experts at the 5th layer of the Star-Lord realm alone. Jiang Chen, I finally found you. Looks like you've hidden yourself well. You're not very strong, but you're very good at running away. That's right. Jiang Chen, it's your bad luck to die in the hands of the Vermilion Bird Camp today. Several disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp said with smiles on their faces. Their eyes were cold as they surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. You really have a crow's mouth. Long Shesan's eyes darkened. De Huang, on the other hand, was eager to try because he was really bored. A slender young man with a jade-like face walked out of the crowd and stood at the front. He looked at Jiang Chen in silence. It's the people of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Master, be careful. This Zhu Wuxin is very strong. He's Zhu Chongqing's older brother. He's a 7th Sky Star Lord and can't be underestimated. This guy probably came with ill intentions. Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. Looks like he's here to take revenge for his brother. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't think it was a big deal. I didn't think you could still smile. Jiang Chen, kneel in front of me and accept your death. Maybe I'll leave your corpse intact, Zhu Wuxin Lengleng said. Zhu Wu Xian said coldly. He didn't have any good impression of Jiang Chen. His younger brother, Zhu Chongqing, had died in Jiang Chen's hands. He must avenge the Vermilion Bird Camp. Although he didn't have a good relationship with his younger brother, Zhu Chongqing was still a member of the Vermilion Bird Camp and his younger brother. He had to settle this score. Ha ha ha. Lord Dog is dying of laughter. Do you have no sense of shame nowadays? Do you really think you're something? Who do you think you are? A genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp? In Lord Dog's eyes, you're just a pile of such *T. Big Yellow snorted disdainfully and said in disdain. This group of people came up and started to ridicule them. Did they really treat them as thin air? Who do you think you are? How dare you oppose the Vermilion Bird Camp? You're just a 4th Sky Star Lord. You overestimate yourself. That's right, you damned dog. If I don't skin you and cook you today, I won't be one of the 4 geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Senior brother Wuxin, why are you being polite with them? These guys are typical scum. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how many eyes I have. Shidi Chongqing's death was too unjust. The Vermilion Bird Camp will definitely get justice for Shidi Chongqing. Jiang Chen, kneel down quickly to avoid physical pain. The people of the Vermilion Bird Camp were all arrogant. They were almost the same as the arrogant Zhu Chongqing. However, Jiang Chen and the others didn't fall for this. If you wanted to use your power to suppress others, you had to have real ability. Bullshit. If you want to fight, let's fight. I won't be scared. Long Shesan waved the ultimate staff in his hand and was ready to fight. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, it seems that I can only teach you how to behave. Zhu Wuxin said with a smile. He suppressed the anger in his heart, and his eyes became colder. He looked at Long Shesan and De Huang, wanting to crush their bones. I'm afraid it won't be easy to avenge your brother, Jiang Chen said. He and Zhu Wuxin stared at each other. Both of them refused to give in to each other. Jiang Chen could feel Zhu Wuxin's overbearing aura. It wasn't something that Bai Lu could compare with. A seventh heavenly layer Star-Lord was absolutely strong enough that even he had to give it his all. It's not up to you whether it's easy or not. Let's talk after I kill you. Zhu Wuxin stood up and faced Jiang Chen. He had to kill him personally to avenge his brother. Chapter 4607. 4 Manners and 1 Camp. Geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. The strongest of the younger generation of the country of Lin were gathered here. Vermilion Bird Camp was the cream of the crop. Even the White Tiger Mansion couldn't compare to them. Zhu Wuxin led the group. The 10 of them didn't leave any room for negotiation. They charged down, determined to kill Jiang Chen and the others in one go. Zhu Wuxin moved his palms together, causing the sound of the wind to be heard as he shouted out. He looked like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Although he looked calm, his movements were actually as fast as a thunderbolt. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. There was a gap of 4 heavenly layers between them. Even he didn't dare act recklessly. Jiang Chen directly used the dragon transformation. His dragon form was extremely domineering as he clashed with Zhu Wuxin. Punches and kicks flew everywhere, and the sound of collisions rang out endlessly. They weren't any weaker than divine weapons. The terrifying waves of air made it so that no one could approach within 100 meters. The battle between the two instantly entered a white-hot stage. There was no probing at all. Once they attacked, they wanted to kill the other. It was the same for Jiang Chen. As long as there was a moment of slackness, it was possible that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Towards him, the soft persimmon of the Qilin Manor, it was even more impossible for Zhu Wuxin to give him a chance to breathe. His great enmity had yet to be avenged, and he wished that he could grind his bones to dust. Punches flew everywhere, and the wind from his palms crackled. Jiang Chen's dragon transformation gave him a great advantage. He was fearless in this bloody battle. Even Zhu Wuxin, a 7th heavenly layer Star-Lord, couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. The more Zhu Wuxin fought, the more apprehensive he became. Jiang Chen's methods were truly unfathomable. No wonder even Zhu Chongqing's disappointing younger brother had fallen to his hands. But in the end, the two were siblings. Jiang Chen killing him was equivalent to challenging him. Since there was such an opportunity, he wouldn't let it go. He would kill one as a warning to others. Once Jiang Chen died, who would dare to cause trouble in the 4 Manners and 1 Camp? This was just a lesson. However, Zhu Wuxin had obviously underestimated Jiang Chen. There was a difference of 4 heavenly layers between the two. In his original opinion, he would be able to kill Jiang Chen within 3 to 5 moves. However, the latter's dragon transformation was constantly increasing in strength. His physique was also unprecedented, like an indestructible Vajra. Such combat strength was already undefeatable. If he didn't have an absolute advantage in strength, he wouldn't even be able to guarantee that he could suppress Jiang Chen enough. Killing intent surged in Zhu Wuxin's eyes. He punched heavily with the force to move mountains, continuously increasing the pace of the battle. His punches were unimaginably powerful and domineering. Even with his dragon transformation, he could barely cope with them. But for Jiang Chen, this made him even more excited. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. If they were all just a bunch of useless chickens and dogs, he wouldn't be able to make any progress. The Black King was up against Li Qiqi, who was also at the peak of the 6th heaven of Star-Lord realm. As the mainstay of the Vermilion Bird Camp, her strength could not be underestimated. She was only second to Zhu Wuxin. Her sword was like a shadow, and rays of sword light cut through the void. The Black King had no room to retreat. However, the Black King was more at ease. At least, his experience and strength were ahead of Li Qiqi's. This was something that she would never be able to catch up to. The Black King only needed to slowly wear her down, and then he would have countless ways to deal with her. However, the masters of the Vermilion Bird Camp were indeed stronger than the masters of the White Tiger Mansion. At least, Long Shersan, De Huang, and the others were no longer as at ease as before. But at least they didn't look defeated. De Huang and Long Shersan were still in high spirits, and Little Dragon was constantly tempering his body. No one could kill him. One-on-one battles with people above the 3rd heaven were commonplace. Even if they weren't as terrifying as Jiang Chen, they were enough to be a problem for the Vermilion Bird Camp. Mu Yibai retreated in order to stabilize the situation. He stabilized the situation, but the two sides were evenly matched. The only area that was lacking was teacher. Because Zhu Wuxin was too strong. A person's name was like the shadow of a tree. In the 4 mansions and 1 camp, this guy could definitely be ranked in the top 3. In this competition, the fight between individuals had been cancelled, but it had also established their positions as lords. Especially in the Vermilion Bird Camp, he was the supreme eldest Xixiang, and his words carried weight. Jiang Chen advanced with every step. In his dragonized form, he fought fiercely with Zhu Wuxin. The hot-blooded battle between the two made Zhu Wuxin even more determined to kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, when this boy grew up in the future, he probably wouldn't have any chance. He had to kill this threat in the cradle. For the masters of the 4 mansions and 1 camp, he was a ticking time bomb. There was no telling when his strength would improve by leaps and bounds and completely break away from their control. At that time, Zhu Wuxin would probably be at the mercy of others. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Jiang Chen used the Soaring Dragon Art again. His strength soared again. He had reached the 6th sky of Star-Lord realm, and his strength was no weaker than Zhu Wuxin's. The battle between the two became even more intense. Jiang Chen changed his previous dejection and started to counterattack. The Soaring Dragon Art was full of dragon might, and the roars of tigers and monkeys were like the roar of a furious river. Jiang Chen was unstoppable. At that moment, even Zhu Wuxin didn't want to face Jiang Chen head-on. This guy was a war machine. His shield of flesh and blood was unbeatable. His dragonized form was as tough as metal armor. Zhu Wuxin's attacks couldn't hurt him at all. That was the most troublesome part. Wuxin Absolute Shadow Sword. Zhu Wuxin unsheathed his sword and approached Jiang Chen in a flash. Terrifying sword chi suddenly appeared, but Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. He put his palms together, continuously repelling the afterimages, and turned around with a dragonbone spear in his hand. His momentum was unparalleled. Sword and spear collided. Divine weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound. Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest sign of weakness by relying on the domineering power of a grade 6 Genesis weapon. He exchanged dozens of blows with Zhu Wuxin and was evenly matched. However, Zhu Wuxin had a bad premonition. This guy seemed to have an endless supply of source chi, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. If this continued, it wouldn't be a good thing for him. The Wuxin Absolute Shadow Sword continued to slash out, its shadows constantly changing, like the blade of the 9th heaven descending from the sky. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally in front of him, unmoving like a mountain. The dragonbone spear in his hand swept downwards, and the sword shadows were directly shattered into nothingness. Jiang Chen's momentum was at its peak. The might of the dragonbone spear gave Jiang Chen great confidence. Although he couldn't completely control the heavenly dragon sword, the dragonbone spear was very easy to wield. Damn it! Chapter 4608. Zhu Wuxian gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His gaze was like lightning and his aura surged like waves washing away sand. He could not allow Jiang Chen to continue growing. He had to kill him. This move was originally prepared for the people from the Azure Dragon House, but it looks like I have to test it out on you first. You should be proud to die under my blazing sun sword art. Zhu Wuxian let out a low roar and the blood in his body boiled. Rays of flames ignited on his body and seemed to bathe him in raging flames. Holding the blazing sword in his hand, Zhu Wuxian was like a god of fire that had descended into the world. It's the blazing sun sword art, the secret technique of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Be careful, teacher. Mu Yibai's pretty face turned slightly cold as she growled in a low voice. However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Camp did not give her any chance to breathe. Interesting. That's more like it. Jiang Chen's smile became even brighter. This was how a genius from the 4 houses and 1 camp should act. Zhu Wuxian's entire body was surrounded by flames. The fierce and violent appearance of the raging flames was daunting. Senior brother Wuxian is really amazing. I didn't expect him to successfully learn the blazing sun sword art. In the past 100 years, he is the first person to successfully learn the blazing sun sword art. Even the master of the house has not succeeded. Today, Jiang Chen will definitely die. Ha ha ha, you're right. Under the blazing sun sword art, a mere Jiang Chen can't escape. The blazing sun sword art requires one to refine one's own body, allowing the flames to bathe in the body and form the most perfect connection with the sword art. One needs to experience the agony of purgatory fire. Without great willpower, one cannot succeed. Many people from the Vermilion Bird Camp were shocked. Even they did not know that senior brother Wu Xian had successfully learned the Blazing Sun sword art. Jiang Chen was definitely going to die. However, to be able to force senior brother Wu Xian to use this move, it was clear that Jiang Chen was very strong. To die under my Blazing Sun sword art, you should be able to smile in the underworld. Die for me, Zhu Wuxin Lung said. The flaming sword slashed through the thistles and thorns, its fiery chi soared to the sky like a raging fire. Everywhere it passed, the air would explode. The ardent sun sword art was extremely tyrannical. Anything that came into contact with the sword would be incinerated into ashes. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but is actually useless? Ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said, facing Zhu Wu Xian's ardent sun sword art, no matter where the sword pointed, Jiang Chen would not budge. Jiang Chen held onto his battle spear as he soared upwards like an immortal crane flying from the east. The two of them constantly clashed, but the ardent sun sword art's flame aura was unable to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not feel any danger, but the people of Vermilion Bird Camp that were fighting in the distance all felt the heat of the fire. Hundreds of meters away, the fire sword seemed to be able to burn people's souls. Playing with fire with little Chenzi? You're courting death. Ha ha. De Huang sneered. He was not worried about Jiang Chen's safety at all. Even the ardent sun sword art that so many people revered like a god would not be able to be used in Jiang Chen's hands. Yes. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Little Chenzi, if you don't make a move, your limelight will be completely stolen by that damned dog. Ha ha. Long Shersan snickered as he watched Jiang Chen's expression not change in the face of death under the ardent sun sword art. How is this possible? Back then, the 3 7th Stratum Star Lord Elders all experienced my ardent sun sword art, and even they could only avoid it. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could be killed. How did this Jiang Chen do it? Zhu Wuxin was incomparably shocked. Could it be that his ardent sun sword art was so weak? This was impossible, absolutely impossible. Your show ends here. Jiang Chen dodged a flaming sword chi and clenched his hands. The azure lotus starfire surged out. In an instant, the flames were like stars scattered all over the place, raining down like rain. At that moment, Zhu Wuxin's face was ashen. He wailed hysterically in his heart. Impossible. This is impossible. Zhu Wuxin's ardent sun sword art was strong, but Jiang Chen's body was like a smelting furnace. He had all 5 elements of fire, and the azure lotus starfire was his forte for refining pills and refining weapons. A single spark could start a prairie fire. The power of the flames was like a ferocious beast, engulfing Zhu Wuxin. Scram! Streaks of sword chi shot out, but the azure lotus starfire had already covered the sky and earth, sealing off all of Zhu Wuxin's escape routes. Since you like the taste of being roasted by fire, how can I not help you? If you really have the ability, I will lend you a hand and help you break through in the azure lotus starfire. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's hearty laughter spread through the world. For Zhu Wuxin, it was like a nightmare. The waves of fire from the azure lotus starfire continued to corrode and consume Zhu Wuxin. Even his ardent sun sword art could not be used because his sword had already melted into the azure lotus starfire. The Vermilion Bird Camp disciples at the side were dumbfounded. Wasn't this Jiang Chen too freakish? How did he control such a terrifying flame? He was even immune to the ardent sun sword art. He was a super freak. That was Zhu Wuxin's trump card, but it had not harmed Jiang Chen at all. How could he fight this battle? Now, you should have a taste of my flame. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. The 5-element fire had already been set into a formation, suppressing Zhu Wuxin within it. The azure lotus starfire was like a meteor shower that continuously fell. Zhu Wuxin's life hung by a thread. As a Vermilion Bird Camp disciple, how can he be afraid of fire? Isn't that right? Jiang Chen looked at the other Vermilion Bird Camp disciples. Everyone's face was ashen. Whether you can rise from the ashes depends on your ability. Zhu Wuxin, I can only help you to this point. Jiang Chen had a righteous expression. There was a faint smile on his lips that made the Vermilion Bird Camp disciples' hair stand on end. Although the 5-element trigram fire formation could not kill Zhu Wuxin, if Jiang Chen had set up the formation beforehand, no one would be able to escape. Adding on the azure lotus starfire, it was a complete purgatory. Zhu Wuxin could not endure it for a long time. Jiang Chen, I've lost. I admit defeat. Zhu Wu Xian's hoarse and miserable voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Even the space talisman in his hand was melted by the azure lotus starflame. This was too fucking terrifying. Zhu Wu Xian's face was ashen. Once the flame completely entered his body, even the supreme deities of the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be helpless. Admitting defeat in the face of death was not a shameful thing. At least, that was what Zhu Wuxin thought. I still want to see you perform the vermilion bird rising from the ashes. Come on. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 4609. Zhu Wu Xian was burned by the fire. His flesh was bloody and shriveled. He felt that his life had come to an end. Jiang Chen, you will die a horrible death. Zhu Wu Xian roared at the top of his lungs, but his voice was almost inaudible. Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. Lang Lang said, if the person begging for mercy was me, would you spare my life? Jiang Chen's rhetorical question made Zhu Wu Xian speechless. He would not. He would only use all his means to torture Jiang Chen to death. But now he had no power to reverse the situation. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. There was no need to say more. Zhu Wu Xian knew that he had no way out. He would definitely die. And those disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp would not have any solution. Otherwise, they would have rushed up a long time ago. No. Li Qiqi's pretty face was ashen. She and Zhu Wu Xian had promised to be together a long time ago. If they could represent Vermilion Bird Camp and win this time, then they could be together. But this moment did not come. Go. Don't mind me. Zhu Wu Xian's voice gradually dissipated because he had been completely burned by Jiang Chen's 5-element trigram fire formation and blue lotus starfire. Li Qiqi rushed towards the 5-element trigram fire formation without hesitation. At that moment, she was also burned by the fire. But at the moment of her death, she chose to fly into the fire like a moth to a flame. She could not save Zhu Wu Xian. It's not bad to be a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks on the road to hell. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He didn't show any mercy, because kindness was the epitaph of a kind person. If he showed mercy, he might be the one who died. Life was like grass. The most worthless thing in the world was life, and on the contrary, the most precious thing was life. The deaths of Zhu Wu Xian and Li Qiqi instantly caused the expressions of the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp to change greatly. Their faces were ashen, and all of them unhesitatingly crushed the spatial seals in their hands. Only by doing this could they preserve their lives. They did not want to die like Zhu Wu Xian and turn to dust. So weak, tsk tisk tsk. Little Chenzi, you've made a great contribution again. This Lord Dog has high hopes for you. De Huang patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in a mature manner, Get lost. You're simply too shameless. Jiang Chen kicked De Huang's butt, causing De Huang to grimace in pain. Xiaolong, on the other hand, was convulsing with laughter. On the other hand, De Huang's face was calm, neither red nor white, and he was not ashamed at all. Teacher, I'm afraid you'll definitely be in trouble after we get out this time. Mu Yibai breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but worry for Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi killed the genius disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and the Vermilion Bird Camp. Moreover, they were all outstanding disciples. I'm afraid he'll inevitably be criticized after he gets out. At that time, even those mansion masters with high positions will reprimand him. Long Shisan said solemnly. Although Jiang Chen could kill Zhu Wu Xian, Bai Lu, and the others, if those mansion masters disregarded their status and made a move, the situation would definitely be very chaotic. Yes, but no one knows what will happen. However, those that teacher killed were all peerless geniuses that they carefully cultivated as their successors, and they were the only seedlings in a million. Mu Yibai said worriedly. It's just a seedling in 1,000 hectares of land, but it was uprooted by Jiang Chen. What can we do? At worst, we can uproot the 4 mansions and 1 camp. It's not like we don't have the strength to do so. De Huang said indifferently. Then you go. I don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He, I'm just bragging to relieve my anger. Little Chenzi, can you at least give me some face? De Huang smiled awkwardly. I've already killed them. Everything is their own fault. I, Jiang Chen, am a righteous person, but if someone dares to threaten the lives of me and my brothers, I will only make them die without a burial place. Even the emperor has to step aside. Jiang Chen said with a domineering expression. So what if it was the 4 mansions and 1 camp? Could it be that they would eat him? However, at this time, outside the microcosm world, Chen Hongmin was still comforting by Bi Jiang. His voice was full of emotion, and every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. Brother Bai, this matter is indeed quite regrettable. Don't be too sad. The truth will be revealed when Jiang Chen comes out of the microcosm world. If it was a deliberate murder, we won't let it go. As the saying goes, the weather is unpredictable, and people have their ups and downs. This is human nature. Puff. 8 people flew out of the microcosm world in succession and fell to the ground. All of them were covered in dust and looked miserable. You guys? Chen Hongmin, who had been so confident and eloquent just now, suddenly stuttered. He also had a bad feeling. Camp Commander, Senior Brother Wuxin and Senior Sister Li are both dead. The disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp said with his head lowered. His face was full of sorrow, and there was a hopeless expression at the corner of his mouth. They had narrowly escaped death, but Zhu Wuxin and Li Qiqi could not escape the demon claws of the god of death. What's going on here? Chen Hongmin was no longer calm. He had just been chatting with Bi Jiang and comforting him. He had not expected that in such a short time, all the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp would be killed. Most importantly, the successor he had carefully cultivated, Zhu Wuxin, was dead. For Chen Hongmin, this was like a bolt from the blue. It's Jiang Chen. He killed Senior Brother Wuxin. Senior Brother Wuxin had already begged for mercy and admitted defeat, but Jiang Chen still refused to let him go. He burned Senior Brother Wuxin alive. The disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp gritted their teeth and said, Jiang Chen, my Vermilion Bird Camp is irreconcilable with you. Chen Hongmin roared angrily. His face was gloomy and his veins were bulging. At this moment, all his hopes had turned into bubbles. For him, this battle could be said to be a heavy loss. Zhu Wuxin alone had already made him feel like all hope had been turned to dust. Jiang Chen. It was Jiang Chen again. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Just how strong was this guy? He had been ridiculed by countless people before, and now he was slapped in the face. This dark horse of Kirin province was simply everyone's nightmare. If killing Bai Lu and Bai Zhao was due to luck, then killing Zhu Wuxin this time had already given everyone a wake-up call. Wasn't this Jiang Chen too terrifying? Moreover, Zhu Wuxin had already begged for mercy, but Jiang Chen still wanted to kill him. It inevitably made the people of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp feel a chill in their hearts. This guy used his power to bully others and killed people like flies. Was he really suitable to be the role model of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp? Even if he won the final victory, he would most likely make all the forces hate him to the bone. The name of Jiang Chen had completely spread among the crowd and spread like wildfire. The unknown boy who had been ridiculed previously had now successively revealed killing moves, causing the people of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp to feel insecure. Chapter 46:10. Barak Commander Chen, I feel that at this moment, you should be magnanimous. After all, this is not your Vermilion Bird Camp's decision. No one knows what the truth is. How do you know that this matter is Jiang Chen's fault? What if it was your Vermilion Bird Camp that provoked him? That would be a happy ending. He. Bai Jiang mocked sarcastically. Previously, when his White Tiger mansions Bai Lu and Bai Zhe were killed, Chen Hongmin acted like a peacemaker, calm and unruffled. Now that it was his Vermilion Bird Camp's turn to be killed, his face was as red as a pig's liver. Bullshit! Chen Hongmin bellowed angrily, his whole body trembling. Others had no idea how much effort he had poured into Zhu Wuxin, the future Vermilion Bird Camp sovereign. But now, everything had turned into a bubble. Chen Hongmin was on the verge of collapsing. As long as Jiang Chen came out, he would make him pay with blood. Vulgar. As the Vermilion Bird Camp's commander, please conduct yourself with dignity, he. Bai Jiang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked more at ease, his smile incomparably bright. This time, his heart finally calmed down. This indifferent Chen Hongmin also had such a day? He couldn't be happier. At this moment, Both Black Warrior Mansion's Shen Su and Azure Dragon Mansion's Murong Jie wore a solemn expression. This Jiang Chen didn't look easy to deal with. As a dark horse, he swept through the 4 manors and 1 camp. If this continued, they would have to worry about their own disciples. The most stable one was Mu Tianheng. At this moment, no matter what he said, it would be ignored by Chen Hongmin and by Bi Jiang, because no matter how nice his words were, they always felt it was sarcastic, making them feel uncomfortable. Success depends on the person. Whether he lives or dies, it's all fate. Shen Su said in a low voice, implying that if he died, he could only blame himself for being inferior. Although Jiang Chen hasn't been in my Kirin province for long, he has a dignified appearance and righteousness. He will never do anything improper. When he comes out, the truth will be revealed. Mu Tianheng said lightly. At that time, if Jiang Chen goes against our previous agreement, I hope that Mansion Master Mu will not protect your disciple. Bai Bijiang sneered. Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Mansion had been consecutively wounded, and were directly eliminated. There were casualties, and they were all geniuses of the mansion. How could people not be shocked? It seems like we've underestimated this Jiang Chen. At this rate, even the Black Warrior Mansion's people will be in trouble. That's not necessarily true. The Black Warrior House's experts are on par with the Vermilion Bird Camp strength, whereas the Azure Dragon House is the strongest. It's hard to say who will have the last laugh. I actually hope that this Jiang Chen will stay dark till the end. Ha! That way, everyone will feel more balanced. That's right. It's been many years since such a peerless genius has appeared in the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pail. Although this Jiang Chen's strength isn't high, he was able to do something so shocking. It's worth thinking about. The disciples of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp who were waiting outside the minor cosm world were also filled with curiosity. Now that Jiang Chen had killed the people of the Vermilion Bird Camp and the White Tiger Palace, it wouldn't take long for the 3rd wave of people to appear. The flowerless fruit wasn't important. What was important was who would come out on top in the process of competing. The 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition had become even more complicated and confusing. Following the appearance of the troublemaker, Jiang Chen, Mu Tianheng couldn't help but feel excited. However, on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor. Teacher is indeed teacher. Lin Tianlin's eyes were burning with passion. Although it wasn't convenient for him to participate in the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition, if anyone dared to touch Jiang Chen, Lin Tianlin would fight them to the death. Right now, teacher was his last hope. Whoever dared to go against Jiang Chen would be going against Lin Tianlin. In Lin Tianlin's heart, Jiang Chen would definitely come out on top in this 4 prefectures and 1 barracks grand competition. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to contend with the demon empress of the Lin country? Lin Tianlin had always been a good judge of character, but he couldn't see through his teacher, Jiang Chen. His existence was filled with infinite possibilities. In the minor cosm world, there was a mountain range with green water and green mountains. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lake that was thousands of meters wide. The reflection of the mountain and the trees was very beautiful. However, Murong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing were surrounded in the center. The leader of the group was an expert from the Black Warrior Mansion, Xian Qiling, dressed in a brown robe. He had delicate features and a pair of spirited eyes, looking down at the blue dome of heaven. What do you want? Xian Qiling, do you want to fight? Zhang Wangjing said in a low voice. The other side had 10 people, while they only had 5. Compared to the Black Warrior Mansion, their strength had shrunk by half. If this battle started, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. What do I want? Don't you know? Mu Zhenxing said with a smile. As the number 2 genius of the Black Warrior Mansion, although there was a gap between him and Xian Qiling, he didn't care about Zhang Wangjing. Even if they were to fight, they would have the absolute advantage. Hand over the flowerless fruit and I can let you live. You should be a smart person, Murong Tianxi. Xian Qiling's eyes did not waver as he said in an indifferent tone. Do you think I will give it to you? Xian Qiling, your thinking is too simple. As long as I, Murong Tianxi, still have a breath left in me, I will fight you to the death. You want the flowerless fruit in my hand? Sure, but you have to defeat me first. Murong Tianxi was fearless. Facing Xian Qiling's provocation, how could he lower his head? Both sides were top experts from their respective mansions, Naturally they wouldn't fall behind. Although they didn't have the advantage in numbers, in terms of momentum, Murong Tianxi wouldn't lose. It seems like we can only meet with weapons. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think that your Kirin province has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of our Black Warrior mansion? Mu Jianxing said with a smirk. He had been itching to fight since a long time ago. The Black Warrior mansion's experts were rolling up their sleeves, itching to fight. Looks like someone is here to deliver us a treasure. Wang Jing, prepare for battle. Murong Tianxi's eyes shone brightly, exchanging a glance with Xian Qiling. Blades and swords glinted in the air as their fighting spirit soared. There was no room to stop. Despite Kirin province being at a disadvantage, Murong Tianxi and Zhang Wangjing were confident that they could fight to the death. At the very least, they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Otherwise, if word of this spread out, wouldn't people say that their Kirin province was a bunch of cowards? This Murong Tianxi is quite hot-blooded. Kakaka, this Lord Dog really wants to see how much weight this guy has. Jiang Chen, De Huang, and the rest slowly approached, but they didn't show themselves, observing in silence. We can't lose in terms of momentum. This Murong Tianxi may look majestic, but he doesn't have the advantage in numbers. It won't be easy for him to go against the Black Warrior Mansion's people. Long Shersan said. Let's wait and see. At the critical moment, if we can't do it, we'll make a move. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, you're still a bit of a softie, to be able to let bygones be bygones. De Huang sighed. What I'm saying is, at the critical moment, we can give him another stab and kick him out of the minor universe world. Jiang Chen said calmly. Chapter 46:11. You're ruthless, haha. But I like it. Big Yellow laughed out loud. Its eyes flickered, and it was beaming with joy. Looks like we can only pray for him in silence. Xiaolong covered his mouth as he laughed. Murong Tianxi is not weak, but Xian Qiling's strongest move is his defense. As the strongest defense in the four mansions, he is invincible against Murong Tianxi. Now, the five of them are at a complete disadvantage. If Murong Tianxi doesn't go all out, they'll lose more than they win. Mu Yibai analyzed. Looks like this guy is also a formidable opponent. Is the strongest defense really that powerful? Long Shersan smiled, half believing, half doubting. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened, but to be called the strongest defense, it was enough to prove that Xian Qiling's means were not simple. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Murong Tianxi took the initiative to attack Xian Qiling. Both of them had reached the 7th Heaven Star Lord realm, and their clash was filled with explosive power, akin to a rising comet. Murong Tianxi brandished his sword, exuding killing intent with each step. He did not hold back against Xian Qiling. In his opinion, pity was reserved for the weak. Those who lacked strength would die in the Yellow Springs, not worthy of sympathy. If Xian Qiling wanted to harm him, then he would have to face his own slaughter. Firmament sword art. The moment Murong Tianxi drew his sword, his aura changed. His sword slashed out in a frenzy, creating countless sword shadows that resembled a rain of petals. Murong Tianxi did not hold back at all. On the other side, Zhang Wangjing also took advantage of the situation to gain the upper hand. While fighting with Mu Jianxing, Zhang Wangjing unsheathed his sword and charged at Mu Jianxing. Mu Jianxing held the heavy sword in his hand, engaging in close combat with Zhang Wangjing. Waves after waves of chilling attacks flew out. The Black Warrior Mansion did not have the slightest hint of the usual calmness. Instead, Mu Jianxing and Zhang Wangjing entered a fierce battle. Zhang Wangjing exclaimed in admiration. This Mu Jianxing was completely different from the other Black Warrior Mansion disciples. The others used defense as offense, but he used offense as defense. If others were a shield, then he was an invincible spear. The two of them entangled with each other and unleashed their respective techniques. Neither of them had the slightest bit of hesitation. Both of them wanted to kill each other. Although it was forbidden for them to kill each other, unless it was a battle of life and death, it was impossible for them to unleash all of their battle prowess. Although the two of them fought back and forth, the most difficult one was the remaining 3 Kirin province disciples. Facing 8 Black Warrior Mansion disciples, even if the other side's attacks weren't strong, it was wishful thinking for them to win. Whether it was in terms of numbers or strength, the Black Warrior Mansion disciples were in an invincible position, advancing step by step, causing the 3 Kirin province disciples to suffer unspeakably. As the head disciple of Kirin Province, Murong Tianci was the leader of the group. He pulled out his sword and attacked like a dragon. He unleashed the firmament sword art and unleashed a powerful aura that surged like a surging river. Earth Dragon Shield. Xian Qiling bellowed, blocking with both arms. The wind from his palms changed and an illusory shield appeared, roaring like an earth dragon as it met Murong Tianci head-on. The battle between spear and shield couldn't be simpler. Although it looked ordinary, it was filled with killing intent. As long as one of them hesitated, the other side's second wave of attacks was bound to follow. The earthy yellow shield was faintly discernible. Xian Qiling's shield was akin to 1,000 caddies weighing down on Murong Tianci. Murong Tianci staggered back step by step. Xian Qiling's strength was indeed ferocious, even exceeding his imagination. The firmament sword art's attacks were like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, but facing Xian Qiling's shield, Murong Tianci was forced into a difficult situation. Although the shield was heavy, every time it pressed down, Murong Tianci's feet sank 3 inches into the ground. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Murong Tianci's expression turned solemn, not daring to slack off. This guy does have a bit of ability. Long Shan watched from afar as Xian Qiling's shield attacks made it impossible for Murong Tianci to use his sword art. Every move was hindered, and in less than 30 moves, Murong Tianci was forced into a passive position. If this continued, Murong Tianci's situation would become extremely dangerous. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. This Murong Tianci's eyes are always at the top of his head, but he's really just an embroidered pillow. De Huang said disdainfully. Their arrogance was more explosive than their strength, but in the end, they were beaten into a sorry state by the Black Warrior Mansion members. After showing off their arrogance, what followed was a ruthless slap to the face. Xian Qi did not look to the side as his hands clenched into fists. Genesis Qi rose as his shield and armor transformed once more. He was akin to a charging god of war as he raised his shield and charged forward. Murong Tianci continuously retreated, the footprints under his feet growing deeper and deeper. In the face of Xian Qiling's attack, Murong Tianci tightly gritted his teeth. He absolutely could not lose the dignity of the Qilin manor, nor could he allow his momentum to be broken. Waves cleaving the heavens. Murong Tianci's anger surged. His sword aura soared to the heavens, and a single slash turned all the ancient trees within 100 feet radius to dust. Break! Murong Tianci's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His hands tightly gripped his sword, and a sword aura that could cleave the heavens and split the earth thundered forth. Boom! With a loud bang, Murong Tianci's sword slammed into Xian Qiling's shield, shattering it inch by inch. A sinister smile flickered in Murong Tianci's eyes. Only knowing how to defend is ultimately inferior. How can the likes of you resist the edge of my sword? Murong Tianci's expression was stern as he let out a proud chuckle, glaring at Xian Qiling with a domineering glint in his eyes. Xian Qiling's eyes hardened. With a jerk of his fists, the shield shattered into pieces, transforming into Genesis Qi fragments that shot outwards. Murong Tianci's expression abruptly changed as his body shuddered violently. He stumbled backwards, nearly falling to the ground. The tens of thousands of shield fragments instantly tore apart his body, leaving hundreds of wounds all over his body that were a mess of flesh and blood. H. Murong Tianci let out a blood-curdling scream, his hands clutching his disfigured face. His entire body trembled in fear as he tumbled to the ground. Zhang Wangjing and the other 3 Kirin province members were also knocked back by Murong Tianci's attack due to their distraction, losing miserably as they tumbled to the ground with fear in their eyes. After watching for so long, it's about time for you to come out. Xian Qiling looked at Jiang Chen's group and said in a low voice. Murong Tianci was also taken aback, but when he looked over, he saw Jiang Chen's group walking over. It was none other than the 5 members he had expelled from his team. Interesting. As expected of an expert from the Black Warrior Mansion, your dieting art far surpasses the average person. Admirable. Admirable. Mu Yibai chuckled. Murong Tianci did not notice them at all, but Xian Qiling had long noticed them. Jiang Chen, you guys came at the right time. Kill them. Kirin Province's honor cannot be violated. Murong Tianci said excitedly, as if he had found his pillar of support. Don't worry, Murong boy. We will protect Kirin Province's honor. I'll send you away now, 1,000 li away. Kakaka. De Huang kicked out, sending Murong Tianci and the rest flying 1,000 zhang away. Everyone was in excruciating pain, their souls leaving their bodies as they hurriedly crushed their spatial talismans and rolled out of the mini-universe world. Chapter 46:12. Jiang Chen. This daddy here will not coexist with you. Murong Tianci, Zhang Wangjing, and the rest rolled out of the minor cosm world. Countless people gathered around them, bewildered and doubtful. What's going on? Jiang Chen again? It can't be, right? Murong Tianci is Kirin Province's #1 genius. Internal strife? Ha ha ha. Isn't this a little too exciting? It's hard to say, this Jiang Chen really doesn't care about his own family. The disciples of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them, watching the show from the sidelines. As for the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and Vermilion Bird Camp who were severely injured, their faces were filled with schadenfreude. After all, Jiang Chen was beating up his own people. Wasn't this too cruel? Looks like your Kirin province is only a so, right? Bai Bijiang sneered. At this time, he naturally wouldn't let go of the chance to mock Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng's expression was solemn, his expression grim. What the hell was Jiang Chen doing? What exactly is going on? Mu Tianheng looked at Murong Tianci. Jiang Chen, it's this bastard who kicked me out of the minor cosm world, not caring about my own family. My heart has always been loyal to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the gutter. Please, Manor Head, give us justice. Please, Manor Head, give us justice. Zhang Wangjing and the others had ugly expressions on their faces, burning with anger. Mu Tianheng harumphed coldly, not saying a word. Whether Jiang Chen was right or wrong, he didn't care. As long as he could have the last laugh, he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to sacrifice Mu Tianheng. Being weaker than others, there was no one to blame. Looks like this Jiang Chen does have some ability, but he's too arrogant. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. How can one see the rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Murong Jie said nonchalantly. Whether he's a tiger or a dragon, we'll see the results sooner or later. Shen Su too had a proud expression on his face. Now, only the Azure Dragon Mansion and Black Warrior Mansion's people were left. Jiang Chen deserves praise for his methods. No matter who he is a disciple of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. He is a pillar of our country. If he can come out on top, I will personally reward him. Lin Tianlin had a calm expression on his face as he laughed heartily. After all, since the Crown Prince had spoken, no one dared to say anything. This was a world where the strong were revered. Whoever had the biggest fist would be the hard truth. What are you looking at? Do you have a problem with that? Do your parents know you're so arrogant? De Huang looked at Xian Qiling and the others and said arrogantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. From the looks of it, he was much more arrogant than Xian Qiling. Looks like Kirin province has declined. They even recruited a bunch of repulsive people like you. They really aren't picky at all. Hee. Mu Jianxing said disdainfully. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with killing intent. These weak people actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Io, you're so arrogant. This master dog can't stand it anymore. I won't allow others to be more arrogant than me. De Huang dog pointed at Mu Jianxing. This guy was a 6th heavenly layer Star Lord. This guy was 2 heavenly layers stronger than him. But in De Huang's eyes, he was nothing. Make your move, little brat. This master dog's time is very precious. Then I'll fight you. Long San held the divine staff in his hand and pointed it at Xian Qiling. This was a good chance to show off in front of Mu Yibai. He couldn't miss it. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was calm and unhurried, waiting for the 2 to make their moves. Looks like you people from Kirin province are really good at putting on airs. Fine, I'll play with you too. Xian Qiling shook his head, slightly disappointed that Jiang Chen didn't make a move. However, after these 2 guys were defeated, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the leisure to sit on the fishing platform. Be careful, Mu Yibai warned. Xian Qiling was 3 heavenly layers stronger than him. The battle between De Huang and Mu Jianxing was already fraught with danger. Even she wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against Xian Qiling. Although the Black Warrior Mansion excelled in defense, known as the strongest defense in the 9 heavens 10 earths, their offensive methods were not to be underestimated. Don't worry. I want to see how strong his defense is. Long Shersan's eyes lit up. With Mu Ibai's encouragement, his fighting spirit soared to new heights. Teacher, Long Shersan, he won't have any problems, right? Mu Ibai asked in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen. The monkey's potential is not as weak as you think. If it comes to a life or death situation, there's still me. Jiang Chen smiled. Only he had complete confidence in De Huang and Long Shersan. This was how brothers should be. Brother Shersan and Brother De Huang are both so strong. I can't lose face for Big Brother. Xiaolong grinned, teaming up with Mu Ibai to face the remaining Black Warrior Mansion disciples. Watch carefully, Tortoise Mansion bastards. This Lord Dog is coming. De Huang was the first to attack. With a loud roar, he charged at Mu Jianxing. Mu Jianxing's eyes were sharp, wielding his heavy sword. With a sweep, the heavy sword contained enough power to uproot a mountain. A sixth heavenly layer Star Lord. One of the best in the 4 mansions and 1 barracks. Not to mention, he suppressed De Huang's second heavenly layer Star Lord, holding an innate advantage. Mu Jianxing didn't put De Huang in his eyes at all. Go to hell, you damned dog. Mu Jianxing's swordplay was swift and fierce, steady and orderly. Like a heavy caddy, the mountains and rivers were stirred up, incomparably tyrannical. De Huang did not retreat but advanced instead. It wasn't easy to find an opponent who could fight him head-on. How could he retreat now? The Iron Head was ferocious, directly locking onto Mu Jianxing. Both of their attacks were not weak, evenly matched. De Huang had always been fearless. His Iron Head clashed with Mu Jianxing's sword, causing Mu Jianxing to be dumbfounded. Could it be that this guy's head was indestructible? Mu Jianxing was unwilling to give up, madly attacking with all his might. However, De Huang's head was tougher and more resilient. The majority of Mu Jianxing's heavy sword's force was dissipated by De Huang's head. On top of that, De Huang had drunk Xiaolong's blood, increasing his physique to an unparalleled level. This kind of tyrannical strength was even stronger than divine weapons. The more Mu Jianxing fought, the more apprehensive he became. He was completely stunned by De Huang's iron head. At the same time, his sharp claws and fangs displayed the might of a mad dog to the fullest. Mu Jianxing was forced to retreat. He originally wanted to clash head-on with this De Huang dog. His heavy sword was filled with lofty aspirations, but the result was indescribable. The heavy sword in his hand slashed down on De Huang's head, causing many wounds to appear. On the other hand, De Huang wasn't injured at all. His sharp claws tore into Mu Jianxing's body, causing him to be covered in cuts and bruises. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was also bleeding from De Huang's iron head technique. The two of them fought for a long time. Although the victor was yet to be determined, it was clear that Mu Jianxing was starting to feel weak. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He wasn't worried about De Huang. After all, with Mu Jianxing's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for De Huang to defeat him. However, it wouldn't be so easy for Long Shersan to fight against Xian Qiling. Xian Qiling could be considered the strongest among the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks. His methods weren't something Mu Jianxing could compare to. In addition, Mu Jianxing had seen Xian Qiling fighting against Murong Tianxi. Chapter 46-13. Battle Saint Art. Long Shersan brought out all of his trump cards, his battle intent surging as he used offense as defense. His goal was very simple. Only by breaking Xian Qi's defenses would he have a chance at victory. Otherwise, everything else would be for naught. However, Xian Qiling's Genesis Qi shield was even stronger than before. Strand after strand of Genesis Qi flowed through it, and even Long Shersan's Battle Saint Art was unable to break through it. Staff after staff filled the sky, and even the unparalleled god was helpless against it. Long Shersan blasted again and again, but the results were stupefying. Xian Qiling did not move at all, raising his shield high into the air as he began a frenzied assault. The might of his shield and his blade were not the slightest bit weaker than Long Shersan's attacks, and the feeling of being as steady as Mount Tai. Long Shersan felt an incomparable headache in the face of Xian Qiling's attacks. In Xian Qiling's eyes, if you couldn't break his defenses, you had already lost. You're not my match. Mountain Shield Armor. Xian Qiling coldly snorted as he formed a seal with his hands. Genesis Qi rose as his shield transformed, crushing down like a mountain. He had changed his previous defensive stance, and was now using his shield to suppress his opponent. Long Xueqi's expression was grave. In the face of Xueqi Ling's attacks, he was forced to retreat step by step, and even began to show signs of fatigue. Break his defenses with a single point, and use 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. Attack his strongest point, and don't clash head-on with him. A single point is enough. Gather all of your power, and finish in one go. Jiang Chen indifferently said. Long Xueqi's eyes lit up, and he retreated again and again. He withdrew his previous attacks, and focused all of his power on a single point. His entire body rose, and all of it gathered on his staff. A single point to break 1,000 caddies. Boom! Sure enough, under Jiang Chen's guidance, Long Xueqi turned the tide. Xueqi Ling's expression changed, and his shield shrank. Long Xueqi's staff fell from the sky. Xueqi Ling's eyes narrowed, and with a shout, he used everything he had to block Long Xueqi's attack. His shield shattered, and Long Xueqi's footsteps became disorderly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he snorted coldly and began another round of attacks with his divine staff. Earth Dragon Armor. A yellow mist gathered in Xueqi Ling's palm, forming an oval-shaped shield that covered his entire body. However, it wasn't big, only about 1 zhang wide. On the surface of the shield, there were dragon patterns that crisscrossed like flowing water. This time, Long Xueqi had learned from the previous lesson. Following Jiang Chen's instructions, he once again condensed and broke through the surface with a single point. A cold glint arrived first, followed by a shocking shadow of the staff. Pang! Xueqi Ling was forced back again, and the shield in his hand was also broken. Long Xueqi took advantage of this opportunity to pursue. With a roar, the giant ape roared, and the wind howled. His battle saint art was pushed to the limit, and there was nothing it couldn't conquer. Xueqi Ling's strongest skill against his strongest shield skill. Xueqi Ling was defeated again and again. The Dragon 13-rod shadows continued to appear, stirring up the air. Xueqi Ling's 2 shields had already been pushed back more than 10 steps. His face was red and white. He was extremely nervous. Xueqi Ling gritted his teeth and raised his shield again, but Long Xueqi's attacks rose again and again, reaching an unstoppable momentum. As strong as the shield was, it was shattered by a single strike of the staff. Although Xueqi Ling's defense was strong, when Long Xueqi pushed his battle saint art to the limit, Xueqi Ling's shield was rendered useless. Long Xueqi's battle saint art was akin to a cultivation technique that could continue to grow. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Once he fully utilized it, it was akin to opening the floodgates of an endless river, flowing endlessly, surging for 1,000 li. Mu Ibai's eyes shone brightly. The worry in her heart vanished without a trace. Long Xueqi actually defeated the Black Warrior Mansion's strongest expert. This guy's strength was already comparable to her teacher. It seems like she didn't misjudge him. Thinking of this, Mu Ibai's face turned slightly red, her heart palpitating with excitement. Even she had to admit it. Break for me. Long Xueqi's momentum soared to the sky, unstoppable. At this time, even if Jiang Chen were to fight with him, he would have to evade the sharp edge. Bringing out all of his fighting spirit and fighting skills, Long Xueqi fought to his heart's content, one staff strike breaking 10,000 techniques. Pooh! Xueqi Ling spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both his arms were broken by Long Xueqi, inch by inch. His entire being felt as if his spirit had been hollowed out as he tumbled to the ground. The long staff swept out, aiming straight for Xueqi Ling's life gate. Long Xueqi stood tall and proud, but he did not make a move. Scram! Xueqi Ling's face was extremely ugly. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life, but the fact that Long Xueqi didn't kill him was already a great mercy. If Long Xueqi had attacked just now, he wouldn't have had the time to crush the space talisman and would have died without a doubt. Bang! Mu Jianxing was knocked unconscious by De Huang's attack. More than half of his bones were broken, and he also fell to the ground beside Xueqi Ling. Both of them smiled bitterly, looking at each other, and crushed the space talisman in their hands at the same time. Shit! De Huang frowned and said in a low voice. Jiang Chen and Long Xueqi looked at him in confusion. You've already acted tough, and the limelight has been stolen by you. Damn it! De Huang said indignantly. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He punched De Huang's dog head. This guy really put in a lot of effort to act tough. No, it doesn't hurt. De Huang yelled as he ran. Mu Bai looked at Longshan with a tranquil smile. His previous worries were all gone. Longshan also felt like a spring breeze, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Although he didn't say anything, Longshan knew that Mu Bai's heart had gradually fallen for him. Wasn't this because he was subdued by his domineering aura? Little guys, have you had enough fun? It's time for you to hand over the treasures you've obtained. More than 100 flowerless fruits. You're really lucky. But from this moment onwards, your luck has run out. In the distance, a tall and burly young man like a mountain slowly walked over. He was as strong as a bull, and his arms were as thick as the mouth of a jar. His domineering aura was suffocating. Azure Dragon Manor, Tang Shan. Mu Bai's eyes sharpened. This guy was stronger than everyone else here. His domineering aura was like that of a wild dragon. No one could match him. Looks like the people from the Azure Dragon Manor have finally appeared, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. There was no wall in this world that didn't have a crack. These guys had finally found their way here. You only have two choices: submit, live or die. Chapter 46:14. You're very arrogant, but it's a pity that De Huang said that no one is allowed to be more arrogant than us. Jiang Chen laughed, the battle intent in his eyes surging. This person was stronger than Xian Qiling, and he wasn't someone like Xian Qiling who only knew how to defend passively, retreating in order to advance. As the strongest existence among the 4 mansions and 1 barracks, the Azure Dragon Manor's disciples' talents were also top-notch. Among them, the 2 brothers Tang Shan and Tang Yunwu were the most outstanding, garnering a lot of attention, earning the Azure Dragon Manor a lot of praise and fame. Kaka, F***ck them little Chenzi. So what if it's the Azure Dragon Manor? This daddy will still beat them up. De Huang raised his head and said, taking a step forward, standing at the front, looking at Tang Shan with a provocative expression. Your tone is not small. None of you can escape. The Azure Dragon Manor will always be the boss of the 4 mansions and 1 battalion. No one can replace it. Ting Shan said with disdain. From today onwards, it won't be. Jiang Chen took a step forward, meeting Tang Shan's gaze. Swords were drawn, ready to break out at any moment. Be careful, teacher. This Tang Shan and Tang Yunwu are the true peak experts of the Azure Dragon Manor. It's said that they have never tasted defeat since their debut. Mu Bai was very familiar with the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, which was why she was even more worried. After all, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Tang Shan wasn't someone like Murong Tianxi or Xian Qiling. Once they fought, there was only a slim chance of survival. Little Chenzi only kills geniuses. He won't kill those who aren't geniuses. Longshan smiled. No matter what, he and De Huang trusted Jiang Chen. From the mortal world to the immortal world, and now to the divine world, Jiang Chen had led them all the way, killing countless enemies. There was never a time when they were defeated. The eternal world was no exception. Opinionated, go to hell. The Azure Dragon Manor is something despicable people like you can't afford to offend. Tang Shan leaped into the air, his flying legs crisscrossed, and closed in on Jiang Chen's face. He launched a series of heavy punches, a series of violent attacks, each one of them fatal, striving to kill in one hit. Tang Shan's means were extremely domineering. He was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Star-Lord realm, so he wasn't an ordinary person. The difference between him and Jiang Chen was 4 heavenly layers, but the moment they started fighting, Jiang Chen rushed over at lightning speed with murderous intent. Jiang Chen lowered his shoulders and squatted, not moving like a mountain. He clenched his fist tightly and directly clashed with Tang Shan. Under the dragon transformation, Xiao Chen's bloodline continuously strengthened. Tang Shan was astonished by Xiao Chen's human dragon body, and his strength also continuously soared. Interesting. Unfortunately, you will still lose in the end. Tang Shan punched out with both of his fists, crushing Jiang Chen like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He wanted to crush Jiang Chen with his strength alone. True dragon's palm. Jiang Chen's breathing was heavy. Under the support of the dragon transformation, he did not retreat in the slightest when facing Tang Shan. Instead, he rushed forward crazily, punching out continuously. The battle between the two was also becoming more and more intense. This was a battle of life and death, and they were in a precarious situation. You want to fight with me? Wishful thinking. Tang Shan and Jiang Chen's fists collided, charging and breaking through the enemy lines. Neither was willing to retreat. Punches after punches landed on each other. Both were fearless, and Tang Shan's strength was 4 layers higher than Jiang Chen's. It was even more impossible for him to take half a step back. The two faced each other head-on. The feeling of tearing flesh from the collision of flesh and blood made Mu Yibai and Xiaolong tremble with fear. Big Brother is really too fierce. When can I be like Big Brother? Xiaolong could not help clicking his tongue in wonder. He was very clear about Big Brother's strength. However, there was such a huge gap between the two of them. Yet Big Brother could still be so calm and leisurely. This was simply unprecedented. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen was almost on par with Tang Shan. They charged and broke through the enemy lines, fighting to the death. Both of them wanted to kill the other. Flying kick. Tang Shan closed in step by step. His leg technique was as fast as lightning, and his momentum was ferocious. He was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky with a terrifying might. Should we make a move? Mu Yibai was a little worried about Jiang Chen. If they made a move now, they would not let Jiang Chen continue to be in a passive state. Little Chenzi doesn't want us to make a move. He didn't even summon the Black King. He just wants to use Tang Shan to train his troops. De Huang said calmly. Little Chenzi never fought an unprepared battle. So what if it was the Azure Dragon manner? Just watch, Little Chenzi will definitely beat Tang Shan into a pig's head. Long Shersan's eyes glimmered. It was not time for Little Chenzi to go all out. This battle was far from over. Not to mention, the Azure Dragon Manor's people might be nearby. This Tang Shan was just a vanguard. Once they made a move, the Azure Dragon Manor's people would definitely move in full force. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen once again activated the Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, reversing the heavens. As his strength continued to rise, he now held an absolute advantage against Tang Shan. The two continued to exchange blows. Just the violent clash of flesh and blood had ignited everyone's battle intent. Jiang Chen's madness also began at this moment. Using both the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, his strength was no weaker than Tang Shan's. Between the two, there was only the clash of flesh and blood, stimulating a man's boiling blood. Long Shersan and the others felt proud of Jiang Chen. He was too strong. Just relying on his flesh and blood, he was able to crush Tang Shan effortlessly. Compared to Long Shersan's Battle Saint technique, Jiang Chen's true dragon physique was even more terrifying. Tang Shan did not dare to face Jiang Chen's sharpness head-on. There was even a hint of evasion in his eyes. This was because Jiang Chen's charging force was too strong. Every punch, every kick, made Tang Shan feel pressured. Tang Shan already felt like his flesh was being torn apart. One punch from Jiang Chen was equivalent to 10 of his punches. Jiang Chen's momentum was like a rainbow as he began to madly charge forward. Tang Shan's footsteps were messy and his face was ashen. The arrogance from before had vanished without a trace. Every move Jiang Chen made increased the danger he was in. His life was in danger at any moment. Every punch that landed on his body felt like a heavy hammer. Cold sweat trickled down Tang Shan's face. Dragon drawing art. Tang Shan roared as his body underwent a huge change. A mouthful of dragon qi engulfed Tang Shan, causing his aura to soar. Prepare to die. Soaring dragon qi. Tang Shan spat out a mouthful of turbid qi that was as sharp as a sword. Insignificant skill. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid at all. Facing Tang Shan's soaring dragon qi, he dispersed it with a wave of his hand. He had the true dragon physique, which was comparable to the eternal dragon. Dragon marks covered his body, and his dragon soul was unrivaled. In his eyes, Tang Shan's attack was like a 3-year-old child, unable to withstand a single blow. Impossible. Chapter 46:15. There are many things that are impossible. You can't possibly believe that you'll die here, right? Jiang Chen icily snorted as a series of palm strikes followed. Terrifying waves of qi continuously swept outwards as Genesis qi surged. Jiang Chen's successive attacks made Tang Shan suffer unspeakably. His hands grew increasingly disorderly as he was pushed back with every strike. In the face of Jiang Chen's suppression, Tang Shan did not even have the chance to catch his breath. Big bro, save me. Tang Shan roared as he tumbled backwards. Jiang Chen had struck him 3 times in a row, and his life was hanging by a thread. In the blink of an eye, a glowing silhouette arrived. In the face of Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks, the silhouette sent out 2 kicks, forcing Jiang Chen back. The silhouette was calm and unruffled. A steel-like body stood proudly as it met Jiang Chen's gaze. His eyes were like copper bells as they glowed brightly. "Tang Yunwu," Mu Yibai said in a low voice. The 8 great guardian warriors slowly walked out from behind him, each of them possessing the strength of a 6th-layer Star-Lord. An earth-shattering aura crushed downwards. This was the strength of the Azure Dragon Hall, the undisputed champion of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. The dark horse of Kirin province is indeed extraordinary. Even Ashan has lost to you. Looks like I have no choice but to act. Tang Yunwu's voice was calm and indifferent. Even in the face of Jiang Chen's frenzied attacks, a few punches and kicks were all it took for Tang Yunwu to completely shake off the latter's attacks. 8th-layer Star-Lord. Xiaolong's expression was quite solemn. This guy was stronger than his big brother by 5 layers. This kind of strength battle was completely unfair. However, there was no such thing as fairness in this world. The strong were respected. Whoever was stronger would have the ability to lead the crowd and look down on the world. I wouldn't dare, but I'm afraid that no one in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion is my match. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The arrogance in his eyes was naturally not something Tang Yunwu could compare to. "Big brother, you must teach this bastard a good lesson." Tang Shan gritted his teeth. In the 4 constabularies and 1 battalions, other than his brother Tang Yunwu, no one was a match for him. Even Xian Qiling was no match for him. However, he was defeated by a nobody. How could he not be angry? A bunch of ugly people from Kirin province wanted to be the champion? Wasn't that just bullshit? As long as their Azure Dragon manner was present, no one would dare to shit on their heads. Humph. Tang Yunwu glanced at Tang Shan. This useless fellow actually wanted him to make a move. Arrogant and conceited. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? It seems like the people of Kirin province are so shameless. You are actually with a group of people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity, you white lotus. Tang Yunwu said with a smile. His eyes were filled with pity. So long-winded, but still so pretentious. Little Chenzi, beat him up. De Huang huffed. He knew that he wasn't Tang Yunwu's opponent. He could only rely on little Chenzi. The other 8 people were all 6th-layer Star-Lords, no weaker than the Black Warrior Mansion's Mu Zhenxing. To them, this was also a great test. A bunch of trash. Today, I will clean up the trash for your Kirin province. Tang Yunwu said in a low voice. He drew his saber and faced Jiang Chen. A cold glint flashed on the long saber. The sharp edge of the saber was like an unsheathed dragon, unstoppable. Make your move, or else you won't even have the chance to. Tang Yunwu walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. He was calm and collected, and his expression was gloomy. Jiang Chen's eyes turned solemn, not daring to be negligent. An 8th-layer Star-Lord. Even the Black King was not his opponent. This time, he had to rely on himself. This was a good opportunity. Since he was about to break through, he must take down Tang Yunwu. As long as he defeated Tang Yunwu, the 4 mansions and 1 battalion grand competition would come to an end. As you wish. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword. The heavenly dragon sword's power was unparalleled. The tip of the sword was like a waterfall. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the heavenly dragon sword. It was too powerful, too overbearing. Ting Shan was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen did not even unsheathe the heavenly dragon sword and defeated him. It seemed like he was no match for him. Tang Yunwu's eyes narrowed, filled with greed. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand made him feel suffocated. If he could get his hands on this peerless divine weapon, then his strength would definitely rise to another level. A good sword indeed. Unfortunately, you're not qualified to own it. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Today it's mine. Tang Yunwu was incomparably excited. Now that he had surpassed Jiang Chen by 5 heavenly layers, he had nothing to fear. The Azure Dragon Mansion had always been a dominant force, and no one could change this situation. Furthermore, Tang Yunwu's current strength had almost reached the level of a mansion lord. Therefore, he was extremely confident in this battle. Jiang Chen and Tang Yunwu stared at each other, approaching step by step. Neither of them made a move. Both were waiting for the other's weakness. In the blink of an eye, The distance between the two continued to shrink. They attacked at almost the same time, flawless. Blade and sword were like shadows, splitting apart the wind and waves. Jiang Chen directly used dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique, raising his strength by at least 3 layers. Together with the power of the heavenly dragon sword, the domineering power of a grade 7 Genesis weapon, and Jiang Chen's limitless sword, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even against the 8th layer Star Lord Tang Yunwu, he was still very calm. However, Tang Yunwu's blade was also extremely terrifying, forcing Jiang Chen to use his full strength. After all, the strength of an 8th layer Star Lord was real. Every blade strike had the terrifying domineering power that could cut through all obstacles, making everyone tremble in fear. The clash between the two was like a collision of planets, incomparably horrifying. Kill! Everyone from Kirin Province. Kill without mercy. Tang Shan gritted his teeth, leading the charge, closing in on De Huang, Long Shan and the others. 8 Star Lords at the 6th layer. Such battle power could completely crush De Huang and the others. However, no one dared to underestimate the enemy in front of them. Damn it, let's fight it out with them. De Huang said fiercely, his cold eyes emitting a chilling aura. He bared his fangs, determined to fight to the death with them. Those bastards, even if I die, I will make them scapegoats for us. Humph humph humph. Long Shan's face was ice cold, fearless even in death. His breathing became incomparably solemn as he gripped the peerless divine staff. Little Chunzi was in a worrying situation. They could not be a burden to him against an 8th layer Star Lord. Be careful. Mu Yibai glanced at Long Shan. Long Shan felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Mu Yibai's worry warmed his heart. The 4 stood back to back, facing the Azure Dragon Mansion crowd. A battle of life and death was about to begin. Chapter 46:16. Although Tang Shan was defeated, he was still a 7th heavenly layer Star Lord expert. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Under his lead, the 8 Azure Dragon Mansion experts charged forward like ferocious tigers. The Azure Dragon Mansion's arrogance was unparalleled, causing Long Shan, De Huang, and the others to raise their guard. They couldn't underestimate the Azure Dragon Mansion. De Huang let out a low growl, converging with Tang Shan and colliding with each other. Time and time again, Tang Shan was in a miserable state. Jiang Chen's strength made him suffer. In this battle against the remaining people of Kirin Province, he definitely wouldn't show mercy. This damned dog was the loudest. He had to teach him a lesson. Tang Shan gritted his teeth and drew his saber. Mother asterisk cur. You shameless be asterisk starred. I, Grandpa Dog, will definitely beat you until your teeth fall all over the floor. De Huang's figure was swift and fierce, like a bolt of lightning. He charged left and right, exchanging blows with Tang Shan more than 10 times. Every time, Tang Shan would grimace in pain, especially his dog head. Even Tang Shan's saber was knocked back time and time again. This guy was like a giant shot put. Such strength and a dog head were truly incomparable. Tang Shan was dizzy from all the collisions with De Huang. His face turned ashen as he fell into a dangerous situation. What are you waiting for? Help me! Tang Shan bellowed. 2 6th heavenly layer Star Lords turned around in an instant, rushing toward De Huang. 1 against 3, De Huang's situation took a turn for the worse. He kept baring his fangs and barging his way forward. The 3 experts had already forced De Huang into a corner. The ancient trees behind him were broken one by one, and the mountain rocks were shattered. De Huang's footsteps were messy, but he was still unyielding. Although he was in a disadvantageous position, his battle intent was as strong as ever. You're not qualified to behave atrociously in front of my Azure Dragon Mansion. Tang Shan snorted coldly. He clenched his fists tightly and thrust his long saber forward with a murderous aura. Every step he took was a sharp blade, causing quite a bit of trouble for Big Yellow. Most importantly, the 2 Star Lords at the 6th heaven brought unimaginable benefits to Tang Shan, making him like a tiger that had grown wings. Big Yellow breathed heavily, but he could only defend passively and retreat 30 steps. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll treat me like a sick cat. This Lord Dog will give you a good lesson today. De Huang transformed with a shake of his body. He bared his canine teeth and glared angrily at Tang Shan. In an instant, He transformed into the graceful and handsome young man in white who was even more exquisite than a woman. He leaped up and pointed the violet gold spear at Tang Shan. The battle between the two continued to escalate. De Huang had already used all of his skills. If he did not fight with his life on the line, they would all be in danger. What a handsome and extraordinary young man. I wonder if you're just a wax spearhead made of silver. Good for the looks but useless. Humph humph humph. Tang Shan sneered. His aggressive attacks made it impossible for De Huang to defend. He had no choice but to bring out his strongest attack. Die! No one from the Azure Dragon Mansion will be able to leave this place alive. De Huang bellowed. His spear was like a dragon as the battle escalated once again. On the other side, the battle between Jiang Chen and Tang Yunwu was extremely tense. The might of the heavenly dragon sword had been completely unleashed and was on par with Tang Yunwu. The battle between the two was also the most intense. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Tang Yunwu had never seen the domineering might of a grade 7 Genesis weapon. Even though there was a 5-layer difference in strength between him and Jiang Chen, he still did not dare to be careless. The combination of the limitless sword and the heavenly dragon sword was flawless. Jiang Chen used all of his skills while Tang Yunwu's suppression increased. However, Jiang Chen was still able to deal with them with ease. The clash of blades and swords grew increasingly ferocious and shocking, stirring one's heart and making one's blood boil. The domineering might of the heavenly dragon sword made Jiang Chen feel incomparably gratified. This battle had truly brought out his bloodlust and domineeringness. Tang Yunwu was the strongest person in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Although he hadn't been tested yet, he was almost universally recognized as the strongest. He was at the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm. Such combat power was second to none even in the entire Lin Kingdom. As the symbol of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the leader of the younger generation, Tang Yunwu naturally did not fear Jiang Chen. Flowing Cloud Blade Technique. Tang Yunwu's blade spun like a flowing cloud, incomparably sharp and fast, like a cloud shadow moving with the wind. It broke through the air like a bolt of lightning, swift and orderly, completely sealing off all of Jiang Chen's routes of advance. Although Tang Yunwu was surprised by the domineering might of the heavenly dragon sword, the clash between the two grew increasingly intense. Jiang Chen relied on the strength of the true dragon body and the perfect physique of the dragon transformation. Even if the heavenly dragon sword could not fully control it, the domineering might of the heavenly dragon sword was even more impactful than Jiang Chen himself. The heavenly dragon sword already had a kind of consciousness, but the sword spirit had already completely collapsed. The current heavenly dragon sword was forged with an unprecedented sword embryo. It had surpassed the original, and it would take a long time for Jiang Chen to fully control it. The fusion of the limitless sword allowed Huang Xiaolong to execute the sword skill more perfectly. The sword moved according to his heart, and the sword finger hummed. The flowing cloud blade technique was also Tang Yunwu's specialty, but Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled. Both of them had brought out their most powerful skills, and the battle was getting more and more intense. The more Tang Yunwu fought, the more apprehensive he became. Jiang Chen's strength and means had completely exceeded his imagination. This peak battle made De Huang and the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion filled with worry. The Black King had already joined the battle with De Huang and Long Shan. The situation was quite urgent. The demonic beast army was Jiang Chen's last resort. Before he was certain that he could kill everyone from the Azure Dragon Mansion, Jiang Chen would not use his trump card. That was his last resort in the battle against the Lin country, and it must not be revealed. The Black King was fighting 1 against 2, but it was very easy for him. Long Shan and De Huang were the same. Only Mu Yibai and Xiaolong had to face a 6th Heaven Star Lord each. Although Xiaolong was weak, he had the eternal immortal body's recovery ability, which was beyond imagination. As for Mu Yibai, as the young mistress of Kirin province, she definitely lived up to her name. The battle was getting more and more complicated, and more shocking. Without any worries, Jiang Chen could use his full strength against Tang Yunwu without holding anything back. Dragon Guiding Technique. Tang Yunwu also used the Dragon Attraction skill, but this time, it was much stronger than Tang Shan's. Tang Yunwu's physique had been greatly improved. It was almost comparable to Jiang Chen's Dragon Transformation. Such a cultivation method even made Jiang Chen feel amazed. Compared to Tang Shan, Tang Yunwu was much stronger. Veins popped out on Tang Yunwu's body, and dragon qi filled the air, even comparable to Jiang Chen's. Although it was not as powerful as Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, Zhang Tian's strength was restricted again. Even with the heavenly dragon sword in hand, it was difficult for him to move forward. Chapter 46:17. Jiang Chen gnashed his teeth. Tang Yunwu's methods were sharp and his blade swift. Coupled with the domineering dragon guiding art, Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position step by step. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. You have no qualifications to bark at me. Jiang Chen, this is your fate. Dang! Tang Yunwu icily said, sealing off all of Zhou Yuan's escape routes. Zhou Yuan did not even have the chance to crush the spatial talisman in his hand. Wave after wave of attacks, the pressure on Jiang Chen grew greater and greater. Even breathing was a luxury. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Jiang Chen's shoulders. Tang Yunwu would not give him the slightest opening. Since Tang Shan had already been defeated, he naturally wanted to put Jiang Chen to death. Only then would he be able to display the transcendent status of the Azure Dragon Hall. Jiang Chen tightly gripped the heavenly dragon sword, advancing by retreating. Every step he took was akin to a lotus, withstanding the astonishing pressure. Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from his body, the Genesis pill revolving, and dragon runes covering his entire body as he began his counterattack, turning pressure into motivation, and motivation into battle power. Jiang Chen did not look to the side as his sword soared into the sky. His spirit was at the forefront, dealing with the myriad changes by remaining unchanged. The heavenly dragon sword's furious slash swept through the universe, an unprecedented victory. Tang Yunwu did not slow down in the slightest. Two glowing figures constantly intersected and collided, clanging endlessly like an overturning sea. It was a terrifying sight. If the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp were to see this, it was unknown how much of a commotion it would cause. However, this battle between trapped beasts in the microcosm world was exceptionally dangerous and exciting. You're still too inexperienced to break the might of my Azure Dragon Hall. Tang Yunwu's blade split the sky, containing the power to destroy the world. 100-feet-long blade light streaked across the horizon, Genesis Qi surging, causing even space itself to freeze. 23 swords. 24 swords. 25th blade. Streaks of terrifying sword Qi intersected with Tang Yunwu. The two of them fought from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the ravine, from the dense forest to the misty clouds. The power of the boundless sword shocked Tang Yunwu greatly. Initially, he thought that victory was within his grasp, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to last for so long. To him, this was an absolute humiliation. There was a difference of 5 layers of heavens between them, yet he couldn't suppress Jiang Chen. If this matter were to spread out, how would he, as the Azure Dragon Manor's first seat, face the world again? The counterattack that the limitless sword gave to Tang Yunwu was also quite strong. The two of them were opposing each other with no fear at all. The layers of suppression caused Jiang Chen's strength to erupt continuously. His blood surged, his qi and blood gathered, and the origin core in his body began to circulate wildly. Great sword technique. Tang Yunwu's eyes grew brighter, and the sinister smile on his face grew fiercer. Jiang Chen's resistance was still very strong. Even after using the dragon guiding art and the flowing cloud saber art, he still couldn't kill him. Tang Yunwu was more anxious than anyone else. Weeping blood reverse scale. Tang Yunwu held a golden scale the size of a millstone in his hand. He spat a mouthful of blood on it, and the color of blood and gold gradually blended together. Tang Yunwu's reverse scale carried an unparalleled dragon might, and his aura skyrocketed in an instant. Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy, and the pressure he exerted with every step he took was even more terrifying. Everyone looked at Tang Yunwu, including De Huang and Long San, because Tang Yunwu was currently holding the dragon's reverse scale in his hand. Dragon might rippled out, and everyone felt an immense pressure. "Retreat quickly," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone was affected by the shockwave. Originally, they had already stabilized the situation, but now they were in deep trouble. "You should be proud to die under my dragon's reverse scale. This is the scale of the ancient eternal dragon clan's royal family." Even Jiang Chen felt tremendous pressure from the dragon's reverse scale in Tang Yunwu's hand. It seemed that the eternal dragon clan's reverse scale was indeed extraordinary. "Go to hell." Tang Yunwu held the dragon's reverse scale in his hand, and his murderous aura permeated half of the mini-universe world. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. He was frantically suppressed by the dragon's reverse scale again and again, and had become very passive. As the pressure reached a certain limit, Jiang Chen's reaction became faster and faster. The heavenly dragon's sword soared into the air, and he began his final frenzied attack. The dragon runes in Jiang Chen's body continued to soar, and his Genesis Qi constantly changed. His strength had reached its peak, and he was close to breaking through the shackles. Boom! The Genesis Qi in Jiang Chen's body produced a deafening roar. His body, 8 extraordinary meridians, and every bloodline seemed to have undergone a qualitative transformation. His battle strength of the 4th layer of Star-Lord had become even stronger. As his strength transformed and he broke through, Jiang Chen was like an azure dragon rising from the ground. He instantly clashed with Tang Yunwu again. The suppression of the dragon's reverse scale was no longer as powerful as before. The edge of the scale armor was still domineering, but Jiang Chen already had great defensive power, and the boundless sword was like a tiger that had grown wings. The heavenly dragon's sword was like a raging bull. As his strength grew stronger, the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon art had also reached a higher level. Jiang Chen no longer had any scruples, and he fought fiercely with Tang Yunwu. Damn it! This guy has made a breakthrough. Tang Yunwu's eyes turned cold, and his heart sank. Jiang Chen's strength had changed, and his previous style was like a sharp thorn piercing into the enemy's heart. Tang Yunwu's dragon's reverse scale was also a little overwhelmed. 26 swords. Jiang Chen tightly clenched the heavenly dragon sword, and repeatedly hacked and slashed. No matter how simple his strength was, under the coordination of the heavenly dragon sword, he could achieve unexpected results. As his strength grew stronger, his control of the heavenly dragon sword became more smooth and irreversible. Layer after layer of sword techniques followed him like a shadow. The dragon's reverse scale was even more fearless. Even in the face of the heavenly dragon sword's furious slashes, it remained as still as a mountain, and its dragon might was unstoppable. Tang Yunwu was astonished that he could remain unaffected by the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale. True dragon's physique. Jiang Chen displayed it once again. Facing the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale, he was 100 times more confident. The dragon's pressure was completely useless against him. Jiang Chen took a step forward, and the dragon's reverse scales might couldn't kill him. Tang Yunwu had already lost the initiative. Although he was fighting with Jiang Chen, he was more worried than Jiang Chen. 27 swords. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. The ultimate sword strike landed on the dragon's reverse scale. At that moment, Tang Yunwu was pushed back, and all the bones and meridians in his body were shattered. Despair flickered in his eyes. Death. That scene left everyone in the Azure Dragon Manor dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine what had just happened. That scene left Tang Shan completely dumbfounded. His elder brother was the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, the greatest genius of the 4 manors and 1 battalion. How could he be defeated by Jiang Chen? Tang Yunwu knelt on the ground, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. His hand clutched the dragon's reverse scale tightly, but his eyes were still open. The faith of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the legend of the Azure Dragon Hall, had come to an end. Tang Yunwu's heart meridians were broken, and his death became everyone's nightmare. No! Chapter 46:18. Tang Shan's face was filled with shock. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he was sent flying by De Huang's spear. His entire body was sent flying, completely unguarded. Tang Shan's face was ashen as he tumbled through the air, blood spurting out from his mouth. Not only Tang Shan, but Tang Yunwu's departure also stunned everyone from the Azure Dragon Hall. They never imagined that Jiang Chen's strength would be so strong. A single sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth actually killed Tang Yunwu, who was an 8th heaven Star Lord. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? That sword was too powerful. It was unparalleled. No one could dodge it. Even if they were all peerless geniuses, they were still terrified by Jiang Chen's sword. Jiang Chen's sword strike was enough to make them tremble in fear. The Black King and Dragon Shursan attacked one after another, accumulating their strength and waiting for the right moment to strike. Their continuous attacks caused the people of the Azure Dragon Hall to be defeated in an instant, falling into an endless predicament. This was because they had yet to recover from the death of the Azure Dragon Hall's big boss Tang Yunwu, especially Tang Shan, who was repeatedly pushed back by Big Huang, his life hanging by a thread. Only when he finally felt the danger did he realize that his big brother was already dead. Tang Yunwu had already lost his life, but the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was still in his hand. Jiang Chen's 27 swords and the mightiness of the Heavenly Dragon Sword could not break this reverse scale. One could imagine how precious this reverse scale was. Even Tang Yunwu, who had the reverse scale, could not escape death. However, the reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was still intact. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Yunwu coldly. Tang Yunwu had lost his life, but the reverse scale was still intact. Jiang Chen carefully picked up the reverse scale. In an instant, a terrifying dragon might press down on him, as if it wanted to devour his soul. What a strange reverse scale! Jiang Chen shouted with a deep voice. His entire body was filled with dragon might, and a thick source of energy was unleashed, gradually stabilizing the reverse scale. However, the dragon might emitted from the reverse scale was extremely cold, and Jiang Chen couldn't understand it at all. Even with his soul force, he couldn't figure out the secret behind it. However, he was sure that this reverse scale was no ordinary object, and it seemed to have its own self-defense mechanism. Jiang Chen couldn't do anything to it. However, Jiang Chen was very clear that this reverse scale was very terrifying. It could withstand his heavenly dragon sword and was as hard as metal. This reverse scale was definitely not ordinary. Master, how should we deal with all of them? The Black King said in a low voice. His death affected the hearts of everyone. Their backbone had collapsed, and they had no desire to continue fighting. The remaining people were like a plate of loose sand, and were captured almost instantly. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will return the favor 10 times, 100 times more. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Tang Shan and the others did not intend to let him live. At this moment, he would not show any mercy. Kill without mercy. Jiang Chen's words caused Mu Yibai's heart to skip a beat. Jiang Chen was like a high and mighty monarch, cold, emotionless, and filled with killing intent. He was completely different from the master she had seen and heard of. That was because she had yet to truly understand Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was closer to his family than anyone else. Towards his enemies, he would never show mercy. Letting the Black Warrior Mansion disciples escape was understandable, but these Azure Dragon Mansion disciples wanted to kill them all. Then, he would give them a taste of their own medicine. No. Chi chi chi. The sounds of swords falling could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. Tang Shan and the rest were filled with fear, but none of them could escape from the Black King's sword. All of them died. Damn it, these bastards deserve to die. I was almost killed by Tang Shan. De Huang once again reverted to his yellow dog form, shaking his head excitedly. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Only by being stronger than others could you survive in this cruel world. The human race was like this, the immortal world was like this, the divine world was like this, and the eternal world was even more so. Black King, do you recognize this golden scale? Jiang Chen looked at the Black King and asked. The Black King's eyes lit up. His expression turned solemn as he carefully examined the reverse scale. This is indeed the Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale. It is definitely a treasure. The Eternal Dragon Clan has always attached great importance to the reverse scale. This reverse scale must have an extraordinary origin. Once the Eternal Dragon Clan finds out about it, they will definitely chase after it for thousands of miles. Every Eternal Dragon Clan's expert only has one reverse scale in their life. It is said that the reverse scale is the lifeline of the Eternal Dragon Clan, but I don't know what it does. In the past, someone killed an expert of the Eternal Dragon Clan and snatched the reverse scale. He was hunted down by the Eternal Dragon Clan for more than 300 years. 9 clansmen, 1,000 clansmen, were all exterminated. The Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale shocked the entire Eternal world. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and kept the reverse scale. He still didn't know what use this Eternal Dragon Clan's reverse scale had, but at least it was a rare treasure. It could be considered as his reward for the 4 manors and 1 battalion grand competition. Of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, we're the only ones left. Mu Yibai heaved a long sigh of relief, unable to conceal the joy in his eyes. Out of the 4 manors and 1 battalion's experts, some were dead, some had escaped. Now, they had defeated everyone. The Azure Dragon Manor, Black Warrior Mansion, White Tiger Manor, as well as the Vermilion Bird Camp, none of their experts were spared. Gagaga, this group of fellows, Aren't they courting death by fighting with us? De Huang said excitedly. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. I also feel that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Long Shan said solemnly. Me too. Xiaolong was itching to give it a try. His eyes sparkled. This battle was a big breakthrough for all of them. Then let's do it together. We can go out after we break through. Jiang Chen smiled. Everyone sat down cross-legged, gathered their source energy, and started cultivating. Jiang Chen was no exception. He completely stabilized his strength at the fourth sky of Star-Lord, which was 30% stronger than before. Xiaolong's strength improved rapidly. He had reached the third sky of Star-Lord. De Huang and Long Shan had reached the fifth sky of Star-Lord as well. Mu Yibai had broken through to the fourth sky of Star-Lord. He couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Outside the minor cosm world, the experts of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, as well as the mansion lords, were all waiting in silence. Only Jiang Chen's group from Kirin province and the experts of the Azure Dragon Mansion had yet to show up. The battle in the minor cosm world was coming to an end. Looks like Jiang Chen won't be able to escape death this time. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for our Azure Dragon Mansion. That's right. Senior brother Teng's strength is publicly acknowledged by the 4 manors and 1 battalion. Even the dark horse of Kirin province can't beat him. Let's wait and see. It won't be long before we see the results. Look, someone else is coming out. It really is Jiang Chen's group. I knew it. Senior brother Teng's group will be the final winner. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Chen. Everyone was looking forward to it. They won't come out again. Chapter 46:19. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Jiang Chen's words stunned everyone and caused an uproar. His words were filled with deep meaning. Even an idiot could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Didn't he mean that all of them had died in there? How was that possible? They were all from the Azure Dragon Mansion, the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Dragon Mansion, especially Teng Yunwu and Teng Shan. Even in the 4 mansions and 1 battalion, their names had already spread far and wide. How could they all die in the minor cosm world? This was simply inconceivable. This is impossible. An Azure Dragon Mansion disciple bellowed, unable to believe what he had just heard. Among the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the one with the highest chance of winning the championship is none other than senior brother Teng Yunwu and senior brother Teng. Don't tell me. They really died inside the minor cosm world? Some couldn't believe it, their eyes filled with doubt. Ever since the Azure Dragon Mansion was established, it had always been the representative of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, the pride of the Lin country. How could it be possible that all of them died? If this news was true, it was no different from a bolt from the blue to the Azure Dragon Mansion. Say that again? Where are they exactly? The Azure Dragon Mansion principal, Murong Jia, took a step forward, his eyes sharp. Leng Leng's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen's group. Even his breathing became heavy. He had high hopes for the Teng Yunwu and junior brother Teng. This time, the 4 manors and 1 battalion grand competition was waiting for them to perform. Yet, they were swept away by a dark horse from Kirin province. No matter what, Murong Jie was unwilling to believe this. He's already dead, there's no way he'll come out again. Isn't it clear enough? De Huang said calmly. His expression was cold as he looked at the various faces in disdain. There was anger, sorrow, sighing and gloating. There were all kinds of emotions in the world. Arrogant country bumpkins, how dare you kill someone from my Azure Dragon Mansion? Murong Jie's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and his killing intent was overwhelming. A terrifying aura enveloped them, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen and the others. At this time, the White Tiger Manor and Vermilion Bird Camp were no exception. All of them were on high alert. Once Murong Jie made a move, they wouldn't let the matter rest. After all, Jiang Chen had incurred the wrath of the public, killing one of their geniuses. He had long been viewed as a thorn in the side by these 4 manors and 1 camp. Other than the Black Warrior Mansion's people who didn't suffer any casualties, even Murong Tianxi was holding a grudge against Jiang Chen, extremely angry. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. Who can be blamed for not being as skilled as others? If the ones standing here today were people from the Azure Dragon Manor, and the ones who died were us, I'm afraid you would have a different story, right? I gave them a chance, but they couldn't escape. Jiang Chen was fearless, speaking in an indifferent tone. Facing Murong Jia by Bi Jiang and the Vermilion Bird Camp's Chen Hongmin, this battle could be said to have greatly damaged the morale of the 4 manors and 1 camp. However, some people were happy while others were sad. At least to the Qilin mansion, this was a rare piece of good news. Jiang Chen was the dark horse that led the crowd and stood his ground against the opinions of the masses. This was something that no one could refute. There was no need to look at the flowerless fruit in his hand as everyone had already retreated in defeat. Are you trying to challenge my bottom line? Murong Jielunglung said, glaring at Jiang Chen. The anger in his heart had long been ignited. You can't say that, brother Murong. The winner is king, and the loser is a thief. If you lose, it can only be your Azure Dragon Mansion's people. If Jiang Chen's group lost, I don't think they would be able to come out. Mu Tianheng said coldly. Facing the confrontation between the 3 manors, he didn't back down. After all, as manors, they couldn't oppress others with their power, could they? Although Jiang Chen was in the wrong for killing people, they couldn't just ignore their status and attack Jiang Chen, right? If they did that, wouldn't they make a fool of themselves? He violated our previous agreement. Shouldn't he be punished? This kind of evil person has killed countless people, yet he doesn't know how to repent. He has talent but no virtue. So what if his talent is high? Chen Hongmin sneered as he pressed forward. Since there is a battle, there will be sacrifices. What is the purpose of our cultivation? Where is the great Tao? Isn't it to protect ourselves? Are you going to remain indifferent when someone puts a knife to your neck? Are you not allowed to resist when someone's knife is pointed at you? What's the point of this 4 manors and 1 camp grand competition? Are we going to be trampled on by others? Humph, what a joke. I believe in my disciple, and I believe that the people of Kirin province are not murderous devils. They won't do this unless they have no other choice. Mu Tianheng argued. He didn't care about Murong Jie and the other 2 at all. You're twisting words. An eye for an eye. Don't you know how many of our people Jiang Chen has killed? Bai Bijiang said in a deep voice. If you're afraid of death, why didn't you stay at home? Why did you come out to embarrass yourself? Are you a sore loser? De Huang snorted. A bunch of barbarians. They're hopeless. Chen Hongmin said in a low voice. Enough. Lin Tianlin furrowed his brows and harumphed coldly. In an instant, the square became deathly silent. Since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. Since it's a battle, there must be sacrifices. Survival of the fittest. I believe that you all agreed to let them fight like cornered beasts in the microcosm world. Since you've made this decision, you should understand that death is inevitable. Now, all of you look indignant. What a scandal. Where is the prestige of the 4 prefects and 1 battalion? I think you're all like the middle-aged women haggling in the market. I feel ashamed for you. If you win, you have to win with honor. If you lose, you have to lose with dignity. You're all heroes of your generation. Don't you understand this? Among those present, there are also seniors of mine. This is a breach of etiquette. What a scandal. Lin Tianlin's words made everyone blush with shame. They didn't say another word. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. As the crown prince of Lin country, he still had this bit of authority. No one dared to refute him. Your Highness, you're right. Mu Tianheng was the first to stand up and agree with Lin Tianlin. Everyone looked at each other and snorted. They were speechless. Although they had suffered a great loss, they could only let it go in the end. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Tianlin and nodded slightly. His Highness, the Crown Prince, had stood his ground and won the competition of the 4 prefects and 1 battalion. There was no doubt about it. Lin Tianlin had made the final decision. No one dared to disobey him. After all, he was the Crown Prince of Lin country. Not everyone dared to disobey him. What Lin Tianlin said was right. There was nothing wrong with it. Everyone could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. All of the disciples of the Qilin mansion were incomparably excited. Murong Tianxi and the others were gnashing their teeth and they were unwilling in their hearts. But, after all, they were the biggest geniuses of the 4 manors and 1 camp. They were also disciples of the Qilin mansion, but they felt a sincere humiliation. Jiang Chen, I will never forgive you. Chapter 46-20. For Jiang Chen, The greatest reward from the competition of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp was not the empty reputation. Although he was praised as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius by the people of the Qilin prefecture, he did not care about it. To be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer of Star-Lord and obtain a reverse scale of the Eternal Dragon Clan was the greatest reward for him. Sure enough, there were many talented people in the 4 mansions and 1 camp. Tang Yunwu, Tang Shan, Xian Qiling. These people were not ordinary people. However, for Jiang Chen, they were just stepping stones for him to reach the top. This tournament had established his position in Qilin province. Even Mu Tianheng liked him more and more. He even summoned Jiang Chen and the others to a banquet to congratulate them. Father has prepared a banquet for Master and the others. Yibai has been waiting for a long time. Mu Yibai said with a smile. He couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Sure. I've been wanting to drink with the clan master for a long time. Ha! Long Shersan was also overjoyed. I think you have an ulterior motive, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Long Shersan blushed and remained silent. By the way, where's De Huang? Where did he go? Long Shersan changed the topic and looked at Xiaolong. The two of them were almost inseparable. Ever since De Huang was saved by Xiaolong's eternal blood, he had become Xiaolong's mentor. Big brother De Huang is sleeping. Xiaolong shrugged. Let him sleep. Let's go. Long Shersan looked at Mu Yibai eagerly. Mu Yibai blushed as well. Why was this guy in such a hurry? Even a bride wouldn't be as anxious as him. The residence of the clan master in Qilin province was a place rarely visited. Apart from Mu Tianheng's daughter, no one could set foot here. Today, Mu Tianheng held a banquet here to show his appreciation for Jiang Chen and the others. Greetings, clan master. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. You're welcome. Ha ha ha, come and sit. All of you are the pillars of Qilin province, the pillars of our province. In the 4 Manors 1 Battalion Grand Competition, Mu Tianheng had finally vented his resentment. In the past, he had always been very reserved when interacting with the Manor Lords, especially the Azure Dragon Manor's Murong Jia, who had always been above everyone else. Today, he had let them experience what it felt like to feel bitter and resentful. You flatter me, you flatter me. Shersan waved his hand with a smile on his face. You flatter me, Lord Mansion Master. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. Beside him, Mu Yibai's face was also full of smiles, filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Mu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, since ancient times, heroes have always been young. Sure enough, Jiang Chen, you are worthy of being the first seat of Qilin province, a young hero. This manor lord has a request. Can you agree to it? What's the matter? Mansion lord, please speak your mind. Jiang Chen said. This little daughter of mine has admired you for a long time. Today, I'll marry her to you. You're a perfect match. What do you think? Mu Tianheng's words almost made Jiang Chen spit out the tea in his mouth. F***CK. Isn't this a messed up matchmaking? A black line flashed across Shersan's forehead. His future father-in-law was just too detestable. Mu Yibai's face was also flushed, feeling very embarrassed. Father, don't talk nonsense. Teacher Jiang Chen has always been my respected teacher. Mu Yibai felt uneasy. She looked at Dragon Shersan. She knew that Dragon Shersan was already in her heart. Although it wasn't to the point where they would die together, at least she admired and respected Jiang Chen. She didn't have any other feelings for him. Mansion Lord, I don't think this is appropriate. Long Shersan's face turned red. At this moment, he couldn't care less. This father-in-law is messing up the matchmaking. Who can stand it? My son has always admired Jiang Chen. This marriage is destined by the heavens. Isn't that enough? Even an outsider like me could clearly see their admiration for each other. What's wrong with it? Mu Tianheng frowned, feeling displeased. Because I like Yibai. Long Shersan said with a solemn expression. Is this a confession? Brother Shersan is really brave. It's a pity that Brother De Huang didn't see it. Xiaolong shook his head and sighed excitedly. F***CK. Even Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Not bad. Monkey. Even Mu Tianheng was dumbfounded by this explanation. This explanation was simply invincible. Mu Yibai's face turned red instantly. Her heart was beating wildly, but she was more shocked and embarrassed. She had also sensed it, but she didn't expect Long Shan to be so direct. Moreover, he made it clear to her father directly. His courage and boldness made her even more gratified and surprised. However, as a girl, she was too ashamed to stay there. In the blink of an eye, she ran away. Even Mu Tianheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Long Shan. He looked at Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen also had an innocent look on his face. I think the two of them are a perfect match. Mansion Master, Long Shan is deeply in love with your daughter. I have always treated Yi Bai as my child, and she has always respected me as her teacher. This identity can't be messed up. Moreover, marriage can't be tied down by parents. That won't bring happiness. Lovers will eventually get married. I think that's what you want to see, right? Things like breaking up a loving couple can't be done. Jiang Chen said seriously. Why aren't you going after them? Jiang Chen gave Long Shan a look. Long Shan's eyes lit up, and he decisively chased after them. Mu Tianheng was speechless. What the hell is this? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. I didn't put a knife on your neck to force you to marry me. Why did I become a sinner? Why am I breaking up a loving couple? If she really has someone in her heart, I will naturally fulfill her wish. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Mu Tianheng said with a smile. He wasn't a fool. He could naturally see that this Long Shan really liked his daughter. As for the fate of their marriage, it would depend on their own fate. Mansion Master is wise. Jiang Chen laughed and gave Mu Tianheng a thumbs up. Outside Kirin Province, Long Shan chased after them. His heart was filled with excitement and joy. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. He had to be brave enough to say his love. Otherwise, if he continued to wait, he didn't know when he would be able to bring home the beauty. Yi Bai. Long Shan quickly chased after him. In fact, Yi Bai didn't run too far. I like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I beg you, give me a chance. Let me protect you for the rest of my life. I don't know how to sweet talk, and I don't know how to flirt, but you have always been the goddess in my heart. Long Shan's voice was deep and powerful. Every word he said was sonorous and heartfelt. Yi Bai's face was red. With her back to Long Shan, her heart was thumping, but she didn't know what to say. In short, she felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. Yi Bai mustered up her courage. She was very shy. The moment she turned around, she saw more than 10 black figures quietly approaching from behind Long Shan. Chapter 46-21. Watch out! Yi Bai yelled. Long Shan had already sensed it and immediately sprinted towards Yi Bai. The two held hands and flew into the air. Yi Bai drew his sword, and with a flash of light, he forced back several people. However, these people were all extremely powerful. As he turned around, Long Shan also threw a heavy punch, but it was still a drop in the bucket. The situation was urgent. The two faced off against a dozen experts in black, and they were instantly suppressed to the point where they couldn't fight back. Long Shan retreated in order to advance. Holding the peerless staff, he used the battle saint technique and fought the demons with all his strength. The dozen or so experts in black were all between the 5th heaven and 6th heaven of Star-Lord, and they were all holding weapons as they fought in close combat. Long Shan growled and glared at them. He was fighting 1 against 5. Yi Bai was not to be outdone either. The two steadied themselves and fought with all their strength, but the pressure they felt was the same. These people were ferocious and well-trained. They were definitely not ordinary experts. They were 5th or 6th heaven of Star-Lord experts, and there were 10 of them at the same time. No ordinary person could mobilize such a force. Yi Bai and Long Shan stood back to back and fought in close combat. Both of them used their strength to the limit, but the other party was not easy to deal with either. This was clearly a premeditated assassination, and the target was very clear. There was only one goal, and that was to kill without mercy. You go first. Go find little Chenzi. Long Shan swung his staff and fought against many 6th heaven of Star-Lord experts. The situation was dangerous. These people were like puppets without any humanity. Even at the risk of being heavily injured by Long Shan's staff, they had to punish the two of them. Fight for fight, life for life. Yi Bai and Long Shan's injuries were getting more and more severe, and the situation was getting more and more serious. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Especially Xueqi, who had shielded Mu Yibai time and time again. The injuries on his body were much more severe than Mu Yibai's. Mu Yibai's face was filled with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. These guys were all men of sacrifice, and they were much stronger than the two of them, as if their combat strength had been enhanced. Long Xueqi's body was drenched in blood. Mu Yibai's heart ached when he saw this. If she just left like this, there was a high chance that Long Xueqi would die. No, you go first, I'll watch them. Mu Yibai bit her lip. She could not leave Long Xueqi alone here. Bullshit. Hurry up and scram, I won't die. Go look for little Chunzi. Long Xueqi roared angrily. Mu Yibai's expression froze, and she didn't know what to do. She was used to Long Xueqi's jokes and curses. At that moment, Long Xueqi's determination and rage made her a little dazed. Mu Yibai knew she had no choice. You're not allowed to die, or I'll never forgive you. Mu Yibai gritted her teeth. She turned around and ran toward Kirin province without hesitation. Long Xueqi roared and fought in all directions with the eternal ape inheritance and the peerless staff in hand. The spiritual stone monkey of the ancient desolate world of gods was no weaker than the eternal ape. The combination of the two inheritances allowed Long Xueqi's bloodline and strength to grow continuously. He transformed into a giant ape that was as powerful as a god and fought against the top 10 experts. Blood and sweat crisscrossed, but Long Xueqi stood his ground and blocked the pursuers. Once they caught up to him, both of them would not be able to escape. In such a dangerous situation, even if he died, he would not let them have their way. It all depended on how long the eternal ape inheritance could last him. He continued to use his battle saint technique. Facing 10 experts who were no weaker than him, Long Xueqi could only advance step by step. Even the power of the eternal ape could only prevent him from being defeated so quickly. Long Xueqi knew that these people must be the Lin Empress men. In other words, they were the evil tyrants of the Yu tribe who stirred up trouble in the imperial capital of the Lin kingdom with ulterior motives. Back then, he had joined hands with Crown Prince Lin Tianlin, but in the end, they were still plotted against. Now, it seemed that the evil empress had made a comeback. Other than her, in the entire imperial capital, there were probably only a few people who would dare to make such a big move. Assassinating an expert from the Qilin Manor was definitely not a small matter. The deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. Long Xueqi knew that if he did not leave, both of them would be in danger. If he blocked these people and waited for reinforcements, they might have a chance of survival. His arm protected Mu Yibai. He was their last hope. Even though he was covered in wounds, Long Xueqi was fearless. All of you scram. Long Xueqi's roar was deafening. His palms whistled and the shadows of his staff reached the sky. The 10 star lords of the 5th or 6th heaven became more and more courageous as they fought. Without the help of Mu Yibai, Long Xueqi resisted for a long time with the power of the eternal ape, but it was ultimately a drop in the bucket and he staggered. Dragon Xueqi gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. With an indomitable spirit, he would have no regrets even if he died 9 times. Battle Saint Technique. Soaring Battle Aura. But under the suppression of the 10 experts, Long Xueqi was still forced to retreat. His eyes burned with the desire to fight. Even if he died, he would die standing. This was Long Xueqi. Using battle to nurture battle, the Battle Saint Technique seemed calm, but his footwork was extremely passive. Under the continuous attacks of the 10 experts, even the 9-meter eternal ape was forced to retreat. Huge tremors could be heard as his footprints sank in. He was in a dire situation. Brother Xueqi, I'm coming. Just as Long Xueqi was forced to retreat and his life was at stake, Xiaolong was the first to rush up and fight against the many experts. The Black King followed closely behind. After the two joined in, Long Xueqi breathed a sigh of relief and began his counterattack. Good. Long Xueqi's eyes lit up. Mu Yibai and Jiang Chen also came up at this time. The 10 experts were instantly forced into a passive position, especially with the Black King and Jiang Chen joining in. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the Black King's killing intent surged like thunder. In a flash, the 10 experts were completely defeated and fled. However, Jiang Chen did not give them the slightest chance to escape. With a slash of the heavenly dragon sword, the 10 experts all fell into a pool of blood, completely dead. Mu Yibai's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists tightly and silently stared at Long Xueqi. Slap! Mu Ibai didn't hold back and slapped Shursan's face. Shursan was also at a loss. Immediately, Mu Ibai burst into tears and rushed into Long Shursan's arms. Long Shursan grinned and looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a calm face. There was no sense of crisis like before. Chapter 46-22. Congratulations, Brother Shursan. You've gotten a beauty. Xiaolong said like an old man. Long Shursan hugged Mu Ibai tightly and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If you yell at me again, I won't let you off even if I die. Suddenly, Mu Ibai's face turned red and he retreated, leaving Long Shursan's embrace. Long Shursan scratched his head helplessly. He was forced by the situation, and there was nothing he could do. I'm afraid this Lin Empress has already made her move. Hurry and find De Huang. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. The only thing he was worried about now was De Huang. That guy was much more reckless than the monkey. When Jiang Chen and the rest returned to Kirin province, they did not find De Huang. Someone said that he went out with Murong Tianci angrily, as if they were going to fight to the death. Hurry and find De Huang. Jiang Chen looked at the Black King. Mobilize 1,000 Star-Lord level demonic beasts and search every inch of the area. We must find De Huang. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. I'll go find father now and mobilize the people in Kirin province to find De Huang and Murong Tianci. Mu Ibai had already wiped the tears on his face and rushed out. I hope nothing will happen to De Huang, Long Shursan said with a serious expression. If De Huang is just fighting Murong Tianci, I won't be worried. I'm just worried that this is a trap. Jiang Chen said with a frown. This must be Lin Empress's doing. Looks like we have to move ahead. Long Shursan said. That's not necessarily the case. It could be the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Even Murong Tianci holds a grudge against us, let alone the people from the other prefectures. However, no matter who it is, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on De Huang's head, I will make the entire imperial city bleed. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Now was not the time. If they fought with Empress Lin now, they would not have any advantage. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be attacked by the entire Lin kingdom. If they could not gradually weaken Empress Lin's power and declared war on her, it would be a great loss for them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would end up dead in the end. There were many powerful cultivators in the Lin kingdom. Even though Jiang Chen had the Black King to back him up, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, Lin Tianlin would be doomed. Although he had the stairway to heaven, if they started the war and Empress Lin gained the upper hand, not only the Lin kingdom, but the entire Qizhong region would also fall. At that time, the Yu race would launch a large-scale attack and completely occupy the Qizhong region. That would be the true end of the world. Although Lin Tianlin did not have many trump cards, he was the last thing they could rely on to defeat Empress Lin. Because he was the symbol of the imperial power, if they could make this war truly beneficial to the country, then Empress Lin's plot would collapse on its own. At that time, Lin Tianlin would have an overwhelming advantage in public opinion. The one who won the hearts of the people would rule the world. That was the only way they could control the situation of the Lin kingdom. If Empress Lin wanted to cover the sky with one hand, it would be impossible. However, until now, they still did not know who the other party was. Were they killed by the 4 constabularies or were they killed by Empress Lin? At least, Jiang Chen did not have enough confidence, and Lin Tianlin did not dare to act rashly. Jiang Chen also could not wait to look for De Huang. Hard work pays off. In less than half an hour, they found traces of De Huang and Murong Tianci. They are at Mount Baimu outside the imperial city. The Black King said to Jiang Chen. There was no time to lose. They rushed forward at top speed, not daring to stop for even a moment. If not for the Black King's demonic beasts, they would not have been able to find them in such a short time. 800 miles away from the imperial city, Mount Baimu was a dangerous place with steep mountains and precipitous ridges. De Huang was gasping for breath. Looking at the 14 figures around him, he was bleeding profusely. Every one of them was staring at De Huang like a tiger watching its prey, waiting for an opportunity to kill De Huang. Ha ha ha, you stupid dog, now you know how powerful I am? Zhang Wangjing said with a cold smile. His face was extremely cold, his eyebrows were dancing wildly, and he was hysterical. You bastards, little Chunzi should have killed you all back then. He should have spared your lives for the sake of us being from the same sect in Kirin province. But you scum! How dare you be so despicable? Big Yellow and Murong Tianxi agreed to face each other in the Qilin manner to fight to the death. Right outside the imperial city, the two of them had a life-and-death battle. Big Yellow suppressed Murong Tianxi, but who would have thought that Murong Tianxi would use the tactic of dragging things out and retreat again and again? Big Yellow was relentless and Murong Tianxi escaped to Mount Baimu. In the end, he was surrounded by 13 people led by Zhang Wangjing and his life was hanging by a thread. De Huang had resisted with all his might, but he was outnumbered. He was heavily injured and fell into Murong Tianxi's trap. That was why he was in such dire straits. Don't be so full of yourself. Jiang Chen wants to kill us, but does he have the ability to do so? Humph. Do you really think I can't win against you? If it wasn't for the sake of safety, I wouldn't have pretended to be weak. Now that you are in such a desperate situation, I can kill you with a single thought. What right do you have to be so arrogant? Murong Tianxi crossed his arms and said disdainfully. In his eyes, De Huang was just a wild dog waiting to be slaughtered. You shameless B******. You can't win against Master Dog, so you dare to play tricks on me? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. De Huang gritted his teeth and looked straight ahead. He was ready to fight at any time. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think Jiang Chen can save you? Do you think he is a savior? I will kill you first, then I will kill him. In Kirin province, I will not allow anyone to bully me. Murong Tianxi. Murong Tianxi said with a domineering face. His eyes were cold and narrow, giving people a feeling that he was cunning. You want to fight against little Chenzi? You can't even win against me. What makes you think you can fight against little Chenzi? Ha, such wishful thinking. If I wasn't ambushed by you, would Master Dog end up like this? Big Yellow said fiercely. He hated himself for not guarding against Murong Tianxi, who was a vicious and despicable man. He thought that they would have a fair fight, but who would have thought that this was a premeditated plot? These people are probably not from Kirin province, right? Most of the experts in Kirin province have participated in the competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. However, apart from Zhang Wangjing, I have not seen a single one of them. Who are you people? Big Yellow's mind raced. He knew that Murong Tianxi was not the only one who came up with this. The silent powerhouses beside Zhang Wangjing were all 5th or 6th Heaven Star Lords, and they were all filled with killing intent. If it was not for the fact that Big Yellow resisted with all his might and bit one of them to death, the powerhouses would have swarmed him and killed him already. Chapter 46-23. Zhang Wangjing's expression changed. However, De Huang was like an arrow at the end of its flight. They did not move. Once he was dead, everything would be over and no one would know. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. Death is your only escape. Murong Tianxi waved his hand. Zhang Wangjing and a dozen other figures charged towards De Huang. Both attacks were blocked by Big Yellow. It resisted stubbornly with all its might. This time, there would be no leeway at all. Mother Cur. This Master Dog will kill you all. De Huang's eyes widened in anger. He swung his long tail and charged into the crowd. Little Chenzi, if anything happens to this Master Dog, take care of Xiaolong for me. In our next lives, we will still be brothers. Big Yellow murmured. He roared and howled as he fought against the many experts. Even though every step he took was difficult, he did not hesitate at all. Even if he were to die, he would drag a few of them down with him. Murong Tianxi frowned. Seeing that Zhang Wangjing and the others could not take down De Huang, he decided to attack again. He wanted to kill him in one strike. Go to hell! Murong Tianxi threw a heavy punch, aiming for Big Yellow's vital point. At that moment, a flying kick sent Murong Tianxi tumbling to the ground. What the F***CK? Little Chenzi, you came at the right time. Otherwise, I would have killed them all. De Huang bared his teeth. Even though he was on the verge of death, he did not want to give up. All right, I was being a busybody. Jiang Chen and Lung Lung smiled. Looking at De Huang, who was covered in wounds, the anger in their hearts burned even brighter. You are seeking death. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He glanced at Zhang Wangjing and the others. Murong Tianci was kicked to the ground by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you're finally here. Today I will kill all of you. Murong Tianci said in a low voice. I spared your dog life, but you almost killed my brother. Looks like there is no such thing as mercy. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably cold. Murong Tianci felt a chill down his spine. Jiang Chen didn't seem to be an easy opponent. Although they hadn't fought before, Jiang Chen had defeated all the experts from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Murong Tianci was more or less afraid of him. Murong Tianci, how dare you kill your fellow disciples? The Qilin Manor has always treated you well, yet you colluded with the people from the White Tiger Manor and Azure Dragon Manor. Colluding with them, you even wanted to kill our own people. You are simply a deranged person. Mu Yibai snapped. Her furious eyes were filled with disappointment. She did not expect Murong Tianci and Zhang Wangjing to do something so infuriating. She recognized a few of them. They were from the White Tiger Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion. Murong Tianci's eyes were cold. Even Mu Yibai couldn't save them. Since things had come to this, he could only persevere. Otherwise he would die. Wishful thinking. Even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you today. Long Shersan said through gritted teeth. Seeing De Huang in such a difficult situation and covered in wounds, Long Shersan couldn't contain his anger. There was no need for words. Although they quarreled fiercely, there was a saying that they were brothers in war and father and son in battle. At this moment, Shersan wished that he could kill everyone here and burn their bones to ashes. Today, all of you must die. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Murong Tianci. His killing intent was unstoppable. The heavenly dragon sword was majestic and domineering. Although Murong Tianci had the battle strength of a 7th-layer Starlord, there was only a difference of 3 layers between him and Jiang Chen. The Grade 7 Genesis weapon, the Heavenly Dragon Sword, was more than enough to make up for this difference. Murong Tianci's weapon trembled as he advanced with each step. He was no match for Jiang Chen at all. There were no flashy moves. Each sword strike was like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. The web between Murong Tianci's thumb and forefinger was completely split open, blood gushing out. His arm had already become numb by the time he received Jiang Chen's 7th sword strike, losing all feeling. Every strike of Jiang Chen's sword was like the end of the world to Murong Tianci. Jiang Chen was too strong. He couldn't fight back at all. The sword in his hand was full of cracks. Murong Tianci's qi was completely suppressed. He couldn't even lift his head up. The last strike of Jiang Chen's sword had shattered his weapon and landed on Murong Tianci's shoulder, cutting off his arm. Murong Tianci's face was filled with fear and his body was trembling. At that moment, Murong Tianci finally knew how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. The Black King and the others did not hesitate to capture all of them. Zhang Wangjing's heart arteries were severed by De Huang's final strike, causing him to die in a pool of blood. Don't kill me! Murong Tianci retreated again and again until he fell to the ground. He stared at Jiang Chen in despair, his mouth dry and his face ashen. I gave you a chance. Jiang Chen shook his head. But you don't know how to cherish it. De Huang, I'll leave this to you. Alrighty. De Huang's eyes lit up. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he leaped into the air. His claws tore through Murong Tianci's head, shattering it into pieces. Blood spurted everywhere, scaring the remaining people into shivering uncontrollably. Mu Yibai wanted to say something but hesitated. However, he knew his teacher's methods well. He had always been ruthless. Moreover, Murong Tianci had crossed his bottom line again and again. Who sent you here? Jiang Chen looked at the group of people. Speak and I won't kill you. The Azure Dragon Mansion Principal. The White Tiger Mansion Principal. The group of people scrambled to speak, afraid that they would lose their chance to live. Looks like it really was these bastards. I've provoked everyone's anger. Everyone wants me dead. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Even if it's the 4 manors and 1 battalion, this daddy will still kill them without hesitation. Jiang Chen's anger soared to the heavens. Even if it wasn't Empress Lin who plotted against De Huang and the monkey, it was definitely the 4 manors and 1 battalion's doing. He had offended quite a number of people in the grand competition, and now, all of them were playing dirty tricks. It seemed like he had to take action. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Azure Dragon Mansion. White Tiger Mansion. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely make you pay with your blood. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. De Huang and the monkey's blood must not be shed in vain. Since the battle had already begun, how could he retreat now? In the time Jiang Chen turned around, De Huang had already bared his fangs. With a sweep of his claws, more than 10 people lost their lives in an instant. Little Chenzi, I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Chapter 46-24. This is not a trivial matter. Jiang Chen, you must think twice before you act. In Kirin Province, Mu Tianheng immediately went to look for Jiang Chen after learning the whole story. Murong Tianxi and the others deserved to die, so he wouldn't pursue the matter. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to make a move on the people of the 4 manors and 1 battalion, it wouldn't be his problem alone. This matter concerned the whole of Kirin Province, and if a war broke out, it wouldn't be a good thing for anyone. I didn't mean it, but they went too far. I can't just sit and wait for death. Do they really think that I, Jiang Chen, am someone to be trifled with? Even if it's the God of heaven, don't even think about touching my brother. Jiang Chen said firmly. Mu Tianheng sighed, frowning slightly. He couldn't blame Jiang Chen at this moment. It was true that those people from the Azure Dragon Mansion had gone too far, but if they were to fight, it wouldn't be his alone. Lord Mansion Lord, please rest assured. From this moment on, I will announce my withdrawal from Kirin Province. I won't implicate any of you. Jiang Chen said. Teacher. Mu Bai wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen waved his hand, signaling him not to say anything more. The reason why the Azure Dragon Mansion and White Tiger Mansion dared to make a move on you, they must have come prepared. You're alone and weak. It won't be easy for you to go against them. Mu Tianheng said in a low voice. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Jiang Chen. After all, he was the lord of Kirin Province. The 4 manors and 1 battalion were like the same branch. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. They were the imperial swords of the Lin country's emperor. How could he break his own sword? Although the Azure Dragon Mansion and White Tiger Mansion had indeed gone a little overboard, they were still family. It wouldn't be easy for them to fight each other. Mu Tianheng felt guilty. After all, Jiang Chen had just won the 4 prefectures' 1 battalion competition on behalf of Kirin Province. At this time, Jiang Chen was in trouble, but he could only stand by and watch. No matter what, it was not justifiable. Thank you, Mansion Lord, for your concern. Jiang Chen knows his place and will take his leave now. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He didn't mean to blame Mu Tianheng. Mu Tianheng wasn't alone, but the entire Kirin Province of the Empire. Jiang Chen alone wouldn't be able to control the situation. Especially in this competition between the 4 prefectures and 1 camp, many of them were elite disciples of various prefectures. Jiang Chen had already become the target of public criticism. Even Mu Tianheng didn't expect such a situation. However, Jiang Chen was a lone tree that couldn't support the situation. As the prefecture lord of Kirin Province, he could only say this much. Father, Ibai is willing to advance and retreat with teacher. Please forgive me for being unfilial. Mu Ibai took 2 steps back and stood next to Long Shersan. The two looked at each other. Long Shersan smiled faintly. He respected Mu Ibai's decision. Sigh, forget it. Mu Tianheng sighed, turned around, and left. How could he not understand his own daughter? She would never change her mind once she decided on something. This daughter was even more stubborn than a man. She hated that she wasn't a man. Mu Ibai's eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at Mu Tianheng's lonely back. Only she knew how much her father had to bear. Her teacher's actions were all for the sake of his brother. It was understandable that people fought for pride. Her father's choice wasn't wrong. Big brother, where are we going now? Xiaolong asked curiously. White Tiger Prefecture. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He stepped into White Tiger Prefecture and challenged by Bi Jiang. The Black King had just broken through to the 7th heaven of Star Lord. With him and the Black King working together, they might be able to fight against the Prefecture Lord of White Tiger Prefecture. Since they had secretly made a move, he would openly challenge the White Tiger Prefecture and let them know who the real tiger was. Kaka, I can't wait any longer. Little Chenzi, we must settle this debt with them. Even without Kirin Province, Lord Dog is not someone to be trifled with. De Huang's eyes shone brightly. The 4 prefectures and 1 battalion had always been a transcendent existence in the Lin Kingdom. Since the moment he entered the imperial capital of the Lin Kingdom, he had been troubled by the experts of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. This time, he must vent his anger.
I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter, Ibai.
Long Shersan said in a low voice with an apologetic look on his face. Mu Ibai didn't have to participate in this matter, but from the moment she confessed to Long Shersan, she was already Long Shersan's woman in Mu Ibai's heart. If she married a chicken, she married a chicken. If she married a dog, she married a dog. When Long Shersan was chased by the experts of White Tiger Prefecture and Azure Dragon Prefecture, the brothers were plotted against one after another. Neither of them could overcome this hurdle in their hearts. How could she let Long Shersan be disappointed? Their eyes met and their hearts were connected. Mu Ibai blushed. She didn't regret being together with Long Shersan at all. From the beginning, he had been infatuated with her. He had risked his life several times to stand in front of her. If she couldn't entrust her life to a man like this, who else could be worthy of her heart? You are a rock, and I am a reed. The rock cannot be shifted, and the reed is sewn like silk. You and I are forever connected, in life and in death. Mu Ibai said softly, her heart unwavering. With me around, I won't let anyone hurt you. Shersan's smile was mellow as he held Mu Ibai's hand tightly. Their relationship was set. Tisk, tsk, this is too mushy. I can't stand it anymore. Little Chunzi, let's hurry up and leave. De Huang said with a pout. His body trembled, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Jiang Chen smiled and patted De Huang's head. This guy was always so frivolous, even though he had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. Being able to see the two of you being fated in this life, I'm really happy. Ha ha. Don't call me teacher in the future. Just call me big brother. Jiang Chen said. N. Mu Ibai nodded silently. She knew that from this moment onwards, Jiang Chen had truly treated her as one of his own. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the White Tiger Mansion now. Long Shersan said in a deep voice, clenching his fists. He could not wait to sweep the White Tiger Mansion away. There's no hurry. Let's rest for a day. You and De Huang are both injured. Tomorrow, we'll set foot on the White Tiger Mansion. At that time, let's see how Bai Bijiang will explain himself. So what if you have 4 mansions and 1 battalion? You hurt my brother. I'll make sure you never have peace. Jiang Chen said coldly. Yes, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to nest. He, I haven't been so excited in a long time. This time, I'll beat the White Tiger Mansion into a White Rat Mansion. De Huang waved his paws, looking very arrogant. Chapter 46-25. The 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had always been the mainstay of the Lin Kingdom. Even the 5 leaders of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had the right to dismiss them. For the entire Lin Kingdom, the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion had absolute power. They were below 1 person and above tens of thousands of people because they were only the emperor of the Lin Kingdom. No one could order them. Even the empress, who was the motherly model of the world, or the crown prince of the Eastern Palace had no right to order them around. The existence of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion in the Lin Kingdom was powerful and aloof. However, in the eyes of Jiang Chen, even the emperor of the Lin Kingdom was no exception. Whoever dared to touch his brother must pay for it. White Tiger Residence. Jiang Chen, De Huang, Long Shersan, Mu Ibai, and Xiaolong stood in front of the door to challenge the White Tiger Residence. Not long after, a lot of people gathered in front of the White Tiger Residence. They were all people of the White Tiger Residence. Their strength varied, but there was a considerable number of them. Who is this? How dare he challenge the White Tiger Residence in front of the door? Is he courting death? Jiang Chen, the final winner of the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition, Bai Lu and Bai Ji of our White Tiger Residence, died in his hands. What? He is Jiang Chen? Bastard, he killed the goddess of our White Tiger Residence, and he still wants to challenge us? He's going too far. Damn it, this guy must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Isn't he shitting on our White Tiger Residence? The group of experts of the White Tiger Residence was agitated and full of anger. During the 4 constabularies and 1 battalion competition, he attacked the White Tiger residence. This time, he dared to go alone and challenge the White Tiger residence. Did he really think that the White Tiger residence was a pushover? Where is the manor lord of your White Tiger manor? I only want your manor lord to come out and give me an explanation. This has nothing to do with you, Jiang Chen said faintly with a cold expression. To him, these experts of the White Tiger Prefecture were just the lackeys of the prefecture lord, Bai Bijiang. As long as Bai Bijiang was killed, the hatred in his heart would be appeased. You are really arrogant and conceited. Do you think that you can be unbridled just because you defeated so many experts in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion grand competition? Do you really think our manor lord is someone you can meet just because you want to? Since you've killed Bai Lu and Bai Zhe, your life will end here today. Within the White Tiger residence, a skinny youth carried a broadleaf broadsword as he slowly walked out from within the White Tiger residence. As he walked out from the crowd, his skinny body seemed as though it could be crushed by that broadleaf broadsword at any time. You're as skinny as a stick. Can a small fry like you represent the White Tiger residence? Kaka. De Huang held his belly and laughed. Stupid dog. Who do you think you are? Today, I, Su Bei, will teach you a good lesson. You must have the capital to be arrogant. Su Bei suddenly took out his 9-foot silver-ringed broadsword. The saber radiance was like a shadow, and its momentum was turbulent. He pointed it at De Huang. Then I'll go and meet him. Little Chenzi, you rest first. Let me do it. De Huang swaggered to the front. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Su Bei, this man's strength is not weak. You must be careful of De Huang. Mu Yibai said in a low voice. Senior brother Su, F***ck them up. These people don't know what's good for them. Do they really think our White Tiger manor is a market? Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and provoke us. That's right. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. I don't think Kirin Province is a good person. Behind Su Bei, countless people were cheering for him. Su Bei's confidence was boosted. He held his head high and chest out. He held his broadsword in his hand, ready to strike. We are no longer people of Kirin Province. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything. There is no winner or loser in this battle. It's just a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. De Huang's lips curled up slightly. His footsteps were steady. With a swoosh, he leaped forward and collided with Su Bei. His iron head charge met Su Bei's broadsword head-on. Su Bei clenched his teeth and held the broadsword in his hand. The saber radiance was 10 feet long, sweeping across the sky. Clang! An ear-piercing sound was heard. No one expected De Huang's iron head to be able to block Su Bei's broadsword. Even Su Bei's arm was sore from the impact. He was shocked. Again. Big Yellow let out a low roar and advanced instead of retreating. Su Bei's eyes flickered, and his silhouette changed in a strange manner. His short and lean body and the silver-ringed broadsword in his hand seemed extremely out of place. However, his saber skills were extremely exquisite and incisive, causing many White Tiger Mansion's disciples to slap the table and exclaim in admiration. For a moment, the two of them fought back and forth. It was very exciting. Evil dog pouncing. De Huang bared his teeth. As he roared, his sharp claws kept swinging down, repelling the saber radiance. His aura was turbulent. It felt like the clouds were dispelled and the sun was shining. Although Su Bei was shocked, he did not panic. He steadied himself, and his breathing was steady. He was representing the White Tiger Palace. If he were to lose at this moment, not only would he lose face, but the entire White Tiger Palace would also lose face. With so many fellow disciples watching, he definitely had to defeat his opponent to vent his anger. As one of the top geniuses of the White Tiger residence, his strength as a 7th Heaven Star Lord was a role model for countless people to learn from. At this moment, he wanted to show his strength and the prestige of the White Tiger residence. He wanted to kill one as a warning to the others. Skyward form. Wherever the saber passed, it was like screens sealing off all of Big Yellow's paths of retreat. The strong pressure caused Big Yellow to be in a very passive state, unable to deal with it. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you're treating me like a sick cat. De Huang narrowed his eyes and charged forward. His whole body was like King Kong, and his sharp claws directly tore apart the saber's momentum. Su Bei's expression changed. He did not expect De Huang's defense and momentum to be so fierce. He was not prepared at all. The countless saber radiance was directly torn apart by De Huang. The means that he was so proud of were so vulnerable in the hands of his opponent. After the saber radiance, Su Bei raised his saber again. However, De Huang did not give him any chance. With a sweep and a kick, he threw Su Bei to the ground. Then, he used the black tiger steals the heart and crushed Su Bei to death. Blood spurted and splattered everywhere. Suddenly, there was an uproar in front of the white tiger residence. Su Bei's saber was inserted into the ground, constantly shaking. As for Su Bei, he had completely fallen. The geniuses of the white tiger residence were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. No one expected that this De Huang dog would be so fierce. Even their white tiger residence's frenzied saber, Su Bei, was no match for him. Su Bei was one of the top 5 geniuses of the white tiger residence. He was comparable to Bai Lu and Bai Jie. However, the final outcome was extremely miserable. The bloody hole on his chest was so clear, shocking, and ghastly in the eyes of all the disciples of the white tiger residence. The white tiger residence seems to be nothing more than this. Big Yellow sneered in disdain. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the crowd. The crowd was in an uproar, but no one dared to take a step forward and look Big Yellow in the eye. A dog can also be so rampant in the white tiger residence. You all really disappoint me. Chapter 46-26.
Eldest senior brother.
Eldest senior brother is back. This time, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. With eldest senior brother around, no one will be able to set foot in our white tiger residence. Everyone had been feeling uneasy, and their faces had turned green. Especially after killing Blade Su Bei had been defeated, they had fallen into a passive position and had no way to deal with it. Everyone in the white tiger residence felt insecure. The pressure that De Huang dog had brought them was too great. Fortunately, when their eldest senior brother returned from seclusion, they finally found their backbone. The crowd was stirred up, and the anger in their hearts was constantly roaring and venting. Their heads could be cut off, but the dignity of the white tiger residence couldn't be lost. He had long hair and a white robe, looking valiant as he stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. The man was tall and handsome, and his skin was extremely fair. He was already 1 in a million. His blue eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the autumn waters. He was graceful and calm. The eyes of the people in the white tiger residence were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. In their eyes, eldest senior brother Wu Bai was their savior. The hope of the white tiger residence rested on his shoulders. You look like a dog, but I don't know what you're really capable of. De Huang sneered as he extended his hand without hesitation. His razor-sharp claws tore through the void and headed straight for Wu Bai. A blood-stained edge flashed past Wu Bai's face. Wu Bai was unruffled. With a palm strike, he pushed Big Yellow back for a dozen steps. Big Yellow's face was unusually cold. He still wanted to charge forward, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slapped Big Yellow's back with his palm, stopping him from retreating. Wu Bai calmly looked at Big Yellow. Back off. You're no match for him, Jiang Chen said. Although De Huang was a little angry, he could only let out a cold snort. Since little Chenzi said so, this guy must not be easy to deal with. This guy seems to have some skills. Even the Azure Dragon Manor's Tang Yunwu might not be as ruthless as him. Long Shesan's expression was grim. It wasn't a shameful thing for De Huang to be defeated by him. White Tiger Mansion's eldest senior brother, Wu Bai, has been the #1 expert in White Tiger Mansion since 10 years ago. However, he has been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 years in order to break through to a higher realm. This guy was extremely dangerous. Compared to Tang Yunwu, he was definitely more dangerous. Although he hadn't reached the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm, he was at the peak of the 8th sky of the Star-Lord realm. Such strength made countless people flinch. Apart from the Mansion Master and the Elders, Wu Bai should be the strongest in the White Tiger Mansion. He is also the most well-known, Mu Yibai said in a deep voice. This guy had already come out of seclusion. It wouldn't be easy for Jiang Chen to defeat him. You're Jiang Chen? Wu Bai narrowed his eyes and looked Jiang Chen in the eye.
His gaze was cold and carried a hint of innate arrogance.
You still dare to be so arrogant after knowing my name? Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Wu Bai shook his head and said, "You're quite arrogant. You're quite arrogant. Back when I was dominating the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks, you were still playing in the mud. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me now? When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. If you kneel on the ground now, I might leave your corpse intact. But I won't let you go after killing Bai Lu and Bai Zhe. I watched them grow up. They are the mansion master's favorite. If it weren't for your identity, I'm afraid you would have died in the mansion master's hands. However, the heavens have eyes. Since you have come to me, I can only enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and clear the name of the White Tiger Mansion," Wu Bai said coldly. A ferocious glint flickered in his eyes. He watched Bai Lu and Bai Zhe grow up and taught them many things. They were good teachers and helpful friends. For Wu Bai, killing Jiang Chen wasn't enough to appease the anger in his heart. Dream on. Xiao Long clenched her teeth. Her battle intent surged. Brother 13 and Brother De Huang were plotted against. She must avenge them. I won't offend those who don't offend me. If your White Tiger Mansion wants to kill my brothers, I'll have no choice but to fight you to the end. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand in my way. Jiang Chen's way. If your mansion master doesn't give me an explanation, then I, Jiang Chen, will make sure your White Tiger Mansion doesn't have a day of peace." Jiang Chen stared straight ahead at Wu Bai. Both of them had drawn their swords, and neither was willing to back down. "You dare ask us for an explanation after killing the people of the White Tiger Mansion? I'll give you an explanation today." Wu Bai stared at Jiang Chen, ready to strike. "Gladly." Jiang Chen let out a hollow laugh. There was no need for him to waste time with the stubborn people of the White Tiger Mansion. Force was the ultimate way to solve all problems. The world would only calm down if he forced them to submit with his fists. "Eldest senior brother, get rid of him. This bunch of ungrateful fools. Do they really think our White Tiger Mansion is a pushover? Who dares to challenge eldest senior brother? With eldest senior brother here, what's there to be afraid of from the White Tiger Mansion? Jiang Chen, you bunch of stupid pigs. Just wait for your death. The White Tiger Mansion isn't a place you can touch. You're overestimating yourself." With Wu Bai's support, the people of the White Tiger Mansion once again regained their previous arrogant attitude. Their arrogance was unparalleled, and their words were unforgiving. Their eldest senior brother, Wu Bai, was an existence they had always revered. In this battle, they would definitely be able to avenge their humiliation, and the White Tiger Mansion would definitely be able to hold their heads up high. The deaths of Bai Lu and Bai Zhe had always been a thorn in the hearts of the White Tiger Mansion. Now that Jiang Chen actually dared to challenge the White Tiger Mansion, if they didn't teach him a lesson and dampen his spirit, this fellow would definitely be even more lawless. "Make your move." Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he looked forward. This battle was full of challenges for him, and it was the result he wanted. If no one from the White Tiger Mansion could step forward, Jiang Chen would be extremely disappointed. "Dying in my hands is the glory of your life." Wu Bai did not take a mere Fourth Heaven Star Lord seriously at all. Even if Jiang Chen had already made a name for himself, he would only be a loser in Wu Bai's eyes. Wu Bai stepped forward and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. His attack was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and as his fist and palm collided, it was unstoppable. Jiang Chen immediately used the dragon transformation. His aura was surging, majestic, and domineering. Chapter 46-27. Wu Bai's palms moved as fast as lightning. The terrifying energy caused everyone to feel suffocated. This was how a genius of the White Tiger residence should be. As the eldest senior brother of the White Tiger residence, Wu Bai's strength was astonishing. Hiding for 10 years didn't mean that he had declined, but rather that he had chosen to lay low and fight a blazing sun in the future. Jiang Chen had a serious expression on his face as he advanced step by step. Wu Bai's attack was truly unprecedented. Both of them were evenly matched, and although Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position, at least he wasn't trapped in a disadvantageous situation. He took one step at a time, and he didn't stop for even a second. Punches and palm blades were flying between the two of them. Tiger subduing stance. Wu Bai took the initiative to attack, breaking the gap between the two of them. Sharp palm winds whistled past Jiang Chen's ears like ferocious tigers, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He seemed very anxious. At this time, he started to become more and more embarrassed. In the eyes of the disciples of the White Tiger residence, Jiang Chen was already at his wits' end. As long as he continued to fight, the eldest senior brother would definitely be able to defeat him. Good fight. Eldest senior brother. Humph. This Jiang Chen doesn't know what's good for him. Now he finally knows how powerful the White Tiger residence is. Good. This is simply too satisfying. He. Wu Bai's mind was as one. The many experts of the White Tiger residence kept cheering him on. However, in his eyes, defeating Jiang Chen was something that should be done. It wasn't something worth showing off. Jiang Chen moved like a tiger and moved like a dragon. Under Wu Bai's ferocious palm technique, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps ascended to the sky with each step. He began to constantly stabilize his body, using the battle to nurture his strength. To him, Wu Bai was a blade hanging over his head. Only by defeating himself could he break that blade. It was easy to challenge others, but to defeat himself and make continuous breakthroughs was not so simple. The difference of 4 heavens between the two was not something that could be easily made up for. Jiang Chen's expression was grim. He gripped the heavenly dragon sword and began his counterattack. It was not easy to find an evenly matched opponent for him. Hence, he needed to find a breakthrough point as soon as possible. At the very least, he could not allow himself to be suppressed by Wu Bai and allow himself to fall into a passive state. The perfect fusion between the dragon transformation and the heavenly dragon sword had already made Jiang Chen feel as if they had become one. A grade 7 Genesis weapon was not to be underestimated by anyone. Even Wu Bai's eyes blazed with excitement. The heavenly dragon sword was far too domineering. In Jiang Chen's hands, it was practically a peerless divine weapon. The only thing that truly attracted him was the sword. This was why Wu Bai's heart was filled with excitement. Defeating Jiang Chen and obtaining the grade 7 Genesis weapon was his ultimate goal. However, Jiang Chen, who possessed the heavenly dragon sword, was not someone that an ordinary person could contend against. The only way to lay a finger on the heavenly dragon sword was to step over Jiang Chen's head. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Letting this sword follow you is basically burying it. You don't deserve it. Wu Bai continuously shook his head, his face incomparably excited. His greatest gain from this battle was perhaps this peerless treasure sword. It's not up to you to decide whether I deserve it or not. It's still too early to say who will win and who will lose. Jiang Chen raised the sword once again. Boundless swords continued to stack, causing Wu Bai to no longer dare to underestimate Jiang Chen. Every sword chi seemed to be completely natural, and the might of the boundless swords was only the tip of the iceberg. Sword 22. Jiang Chen immediately swung his blade horizontally. With a heavy sword in hand, he crossed the sky and swept across the void, blotting out the sun and sky. Wu Bai's palms constantly changed. The tiger crouching stance was like a ferocious tiger roaring. The palms turned into claws, leaving behind sharp afterimages as they continuously clashed with the sword 22, forcing back wave after wave of White Tiger residence disciples. Everyone's expression was rather grave. The excitement of this battle made them exclaim in satisfaction. They had not even witnessed the mini-Cosmos World Grand Competition, so this battle was extremely important to them. They had benefited a lot from watching a battle between experts. Wu Bai's expression was solemn. Jiang Chen's power was unstoppable. Both the heavenly dragon sword and the boundless swords were incomparable, and it was not a problem for Jiang Chen to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Even if Jiang Chen had an absolute advantage in terms of strength, it was difficult for Wu Bai to gain the slightest advantage. Damn it! Wu Bai was incomparably furious. A mere 4th-layer Star-Lord was able to fight evenly with him. If news of this were to spread, his reputation would surely be tarnished. Jiang Chen was really not someone to be trifled with. To be able to stand out as a dark horse in the 4 prefectures and 1 camp grand competition, it seemed that he could not be underestimated. Martial God armor. Wu Bai's eyes were sharp and fierce. Clad in Genesis Chi armor, he looked like a valiant general in a white robe. His imposing manner was like a devouring dragon. Palm winds rose and fell, accumulating power as he once again clashed with Jiang Chen. However, even with the martial god armor, Wu Bai was still not invincible. In the face of Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, he did not dare to face its sharpness head-on. He could only temporarily avoid the sharpness of Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The martial god armor greatly boosted Wu Bai's strength, and he was fearless with his Genesis Chi armor. The heavenly dragon sword was indeed domineering, but it wasn't so easy to break his martial god armor. Moreover, the martial god armor could deflect the majority of attacks, allowing Wu Bai to be more at ease. This was his special skill. Even in a battle of the same level, almost no one could break his martial god armor. Even if they were evenly matched, he would gradually exhaust his opponent to death. However, Wu Bai did not know how terrifying his opponent, Jiang Chen, was. Jiang Chen's Genesis Chi was endless, and even 10 8th layer Star Lords might not have his Genesis Chi foundation. Moreover, the recovery power of the myriad Chi was unimaginable. Jiang Chen was also fighting to his heart's content against Wu Bai. He had been at the peak of the White Tiger residence for 10 years, and had been dormant for 10 years. He was indeed much stronger than Tang Yunwu, and both of them had already reached the pinnacle of their strength. With the ancient soaring dragon skill, Jiang Chen was like a tiger that had grown wings. He fought back and forth with Wu Bai, and the momentum of both men's attacks had shocked everyone. The battle was bloody, and it caused the blood of the spectators to boil. No one could tell who was the final winner of this battle. This Wu Bai is too powerful. Even little Chen is having a hard time fighting him. It seems that the foundation of the 4 residences and 1 camp really cannot be underestimated. Long Shersan said in a low voice. The worry and graveness in his voice were self-evident. It's not only the White Tiger residence, but also the Azure Dragon residence. Wu Bai became famous much earlier than us. The fact that he is participating in this battle shows how much importance the White Tiger residence places on this battle. Chapter 46-28. Humph, the person who can defeat little Chenzi hasn't been born yet. Don't forget that little Chenzi hasn't shown his true strength. Even the Black King hasn't made a move yet. This means that he wants to challenge me, not Wu Bai. As an opponent, Wu Bai is indeed very strong, but not to the extent that little Chenzi is helpless. De Huang didn't seem worried at all. He rubbed the little dragon's head and yawned calmly. That's right. Little Chenzi must have nothing to fear since he dared to challenge the White Tiger residence. Long Shersan smiled bitterly and couldn't help but scratch his head. In this Lin kingdom, they had been repeatedly plotted against, and danger lurked everywhere. This made him a little worried. It felt like the eunuch was anxious even though the emperor wasn't anxious. Anyway, as long as Big Brother is here, the sky won't fall. The little dragon pointed to the top of his head and said calmly. That's right. Stinky Monkey only knows how to make a fuss about nothing. We brothers are the ones who know each other better. Ha! De Huang laughed and made a crying face at Long Shersan. Motherf asterisk cur. Even a dog like you dares to make fun of me. Believe it or not, I will cut off your legs and make soup. Long Shersan scolded angrily. Tisk, you're always making a fuss. Wait until you can really defeat Lord Dog. De Huang said with an arrogant attitude. I'm a righteous person. I don't have time to talk nonsense with a dog like you. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. Long Shersan's eyes focused on Jiang Chen and Wu Bai again. The battle between the two was still bloody. Although Jiang Chen was 4 heavens lower than him, he didn't slack off at all. 25th blade. 26th blade. 27 swords. Jiang Chen had already unleashed the limitless sword to its peak. As soon as the 27th sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color, completely sealing off Wu Bai. Even the people of the White Tiger residence were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. The sword chi combined with the heavenly dragon sword was like a peerless monument in the sky. Too strong. How was this possible? Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? Eldest senior brother. Can he really hold on? This sword is so cool. Damn it. I can only say that apart from eldest senior brother, I'm afraid that everyone in our White Tiger residence will be torn apart by 5 horses. Look, eldest senior brother lost? Jiang Chen's sword swam like a swan. Under the roar of the heavy sword, the 27th blade had reached its peak. It was the ultimate swordsmanship, without any flaws. Kill! Jiang Chen let out a low roar. The word kill penetrated deeply into everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Bai's pupils contracted, and he kept staggering. He even felt like his heart was about to collapse.
The 27th blade had left him with no room to escape, and he could only resist with all his might.
Martial God Armor. God will descend.
Wu Bai could only resist with all his might.
Although he knew that he was no match for Yi Futian, he had no other choice. The 27th blade finally erupted completely. Endless sword shadows and sword chi swept across the sky.
Wu Bai felt as if his heart had been pierced by thousands of swords, and he was sent flying backward. His injuries were extremely severe, and it could be said that he only narrowly escaped death. On his body, the martial god armor cracked inch by inch, like layers of cracks in ice. It completely shattered, causing the hearts of everyone from the White Tiger residence to skip a beat. Wu Bai knelt on one knee with a gloomy expression. He slowly raised his head. His face and body were covered in sword scars, and his snow-white robe was dyed red with blood.
It was a frightening sight. Jiang Chen gasped for breath. Using the 27th blade was a huge burden on him. Although his strength had improved compared to before, the heavenly dragon sword was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins once it was unleashed. His body couldn't even withstand the devastation of a Grade 7 Genesis weapon. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword had yet to completely fuse with him, making it a double-edged sword.
I have to say that you are indeed very strong.
I would have already been defeated 10 years ago, but today, I will let you know the true meaning of the White Tiger residence's dignity. Time sharpens a sword, and this sword will let you feel the fear of death.
Wu Bai's eyes were sharp and fierce.
He clenched his fists and put his palms together. His hands formed a series of hand seals that changed unpredictably, giving off an incomparably profound feeling. His pupils gradually shrank, his expression solemn, and murderous intent surged. He was like a ferocious tiger from ancient times, giving everyone an irresistible pressure.
So strong.
Jiang Chen did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword with all his might. He was going to take advantage of Wu Bai's weakness.
He had to nip this unknown danger in the bud.
Even if he had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, it would be useless if he could directly kill Wu Bai.
However, Wu Bai was already prepared. He took on Jiang Chen's 27th blade head-on. Even though his martial god armor had been completely shattered, he had been waiting for this moment.
Sky overturning tiger roar. Wu Bai did not look sideways. Like a bolt of lightning, he met Jiang Chen's attack without any hesitation.
In an instant, he struck out with both of his palms and formed a series of seals.
A deafening tiger roar resounded through the sky. The seal overturned the sky, and it was irreversible. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they looked miserable. This seal was like a divine palm descending from the heavens, and it was unavoidable. Everyone's heart became heavy and solemn, as if doomsday had arrived.
"Big brother," Xiaolong mumbled.
At this moment, even he was unable to remain calm. Even though he had absolute trust in his big brother, this Wu Bai was simply too strong. That sky-shattering roar of his caused everyone to feel the threat of death looming over them. Jiang Chen's breathing stagnated. His palms ascended the sky-ascending stairway, and he instantly vanished from the spot. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, shocking the world.
However, that seal, under the gigantic palm, almost half of the White Tiger Manor was razed to the ground.
Everyone couldn't help but cry out in shock.
Wu Bai's eyes stared at the dust that had fallen to the ground.
Smoke and dust were rising everywhere.
Jiang Chen must have been turned into ashes under that dust.
Jiang Chen, in the end, you still lost to me.
Ha ha ha.
Wu Bai laughed maniacally, as if he had gone mad. He was incomparably happy in his heart. Don't you think it's too early to be happy? An ice-cold roar poured down on Wu Bai's head like an icy waterfall, causing all the disciples of the White Tiger residence to inhale a mouthful of cold air. Jiang Chen appeared out of nowhere in the sky. His sky-splitting sword caused Wu Bai's face to turn deathly pale.
He retreated in great shock, but was unable to withstand the sweep of Jiang Chen's sword. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He was directly flipped to the ground and rolled among the dust. He looked even more miserable than a tiger that had fallen to the ground. Viscous blood dripped down from the tip of the sword. Jiang Chen's figure was like a mountain, looking down on the crowd as he stood on the rubble, like a god passing judgment. The surrounding crowd kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to say a word. Even breathing had become extremely difficult. That sky-piercing sword, the celestial flying immortal, had even dodged Wu Bai's fatal attack. In the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. This is impossible. Wu Bai crawled up with great difficulty and knelt on the ground. His bloodied eyes stared at the illusory figure of Jiang Chen. His heart was like dead ashes. Chapter 46-29. Everyone was silent. They held their breaths in concentration, because none of them believed that Jiang Chen could turn the situation around at the last moment. Originally, Wu Bai was supposed to kill Jiang Chen and restore the reputation of the White Tiger Mansion. However, the last sword strike made every single disciple of the White Tiger Mansion understand that it was just a fantasy in their hearts. Jiang Chen was the one who had the last laugh. The great senior brother of the White Tiger Mansion, Wu Bai, who had been sharpening his sword for a long time, still died in Jiang Chen's hands. Even though they didn't believe it, the result couldn't be changed. All of Wu Bai's beliefs had been crushed by Jiang Chen. He would remember this battle for the rest of his life, and it would also be the greatest pain of his life. First senior brother really lost? How is that possible? Sigh, it seems that this Jiang Chen is indeed insufferably arrogant. Damn it! Doesn't our White Tiger Palace have someone who can hold up the sky? Even though the people of the White Tiger Palace were unwilling, they couldn't change the fact that they had been crushed by Jiang Chen. Wu Bai stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. He had given his all, but he was still defeated in the end. This fourth heavenly layer Star Lord had truly made him feel what it meant to have his confidence completely crumbled. There was no room for him to recover. Defeating someone wasn't scary. What was scary was crushing his confidence. Wu Bai was unparalleled, but in the end, he still failed miserably in such an easy task. Your pride is nothing much to me, Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen said coldly. Killing someone was not necessarily the most painful thing to do. Destroying his faith was the true way of killing him. Hee, even though I lost, there's always someone better out there. One day, you'll definitely lose to someone else. Wu Bai smiled bitterly, but he believed that someone would defeat him eventually. Perhaps, but since your White Tiger Palace wanted to kill my brother, don't blame me, Jiang Chen, for being cold-blooded and merciless. Jiang Chen sneered and walked toward the disciples of the White Tiger Palace. He drew his sword and rose with killing intent. What do you want? Wu Bai used the last of his strength to block in front of Jiang Chen. His eyes narrowed, and his heart was uneasy. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. This guy actually wanted to slaughter the entire White Tiger residence? In the cycle of the heavenly Tao, retribution is inevitable. Today is the doom of the White Tiger residence. Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword. At that instant, Wu Bai's breathing stagnated. He used the last of his strength to block Jiang Chen's sword, but he was heavily injured once more. Both his arms were shattered, and he was on the verge of death. All the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion raised their heads in anticipation. They were extremely nervous. Did this Jiang Chen really want to kill all the experts of the White Tiger Mansion? Get lost! Accompanied by a loud roar, a palm wind came down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chen took advantage of the momentum and slashed out with his sword, slashing the palm wind away. However, he was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Watch out, little Chunzi! Big Yellow and the others could not help but blurt out. In the void, a majestic figure stood on the ground like an immovable mountain. Bai Bijiang! You've finally come out! Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes became even colder. Bai Bijiang frowned, and the anger in his eyes burned continuously. Jiang Chen actually wanted to destroy the White Tiger Mansion. How could he sit back and do nothing about such a great feud? Even the #1 genius of the White Tiger Mansion, Wu Bai, had almost died at Jiang Chen's hands. Master, your disciple is useless, Wu Bai said through gritted teeth. He had long lost all his combat strength and was no different from a cripple. This isn't your fault. Others have come to bully the White Tiger Mansion. Naturally, I can't continue to stay silent. Bai Bijiang patted Wu Bai's shoulder and said. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He knew Wu Bai's strength better than anyone else. This Jiang Chen was a freak and a bastard who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Did he really think that he, the master of the White Tiger Prefecture, was just a nobody? Mansion Master. Kill him. Avenge eldest senior brother and senior brother Su Bei. That's right. This guy is too arrogant.
Since when has the White Tiger Mansion suffered such humiliation? The disciples of the White Tiger Mansion were extremely indignant. However, they could only look at Jiang Chen and sigh helplessly. Even their eldest senior brother had been defeated. Only the mansion master of the White Tiger Mansion could fight against him. Bai Bijiang abruptly turned his head and glared at Jiang Chen. He said fiercely, Jiang Chen, you're courting death. So what if I'm courting death? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Chen stared at Bai Bijiang coldly.
He was not afraid at all, even though his opponent was an expert at the ninth heaven of the Star-Lord realm.
Back then, outside the minor cosm world, I spared your life. However, you didn't know how to cherish it.
Today, for the sake of the White Tiger Mansion's dignity, I must tear your body into 10,000 pieces to warn the world.
Bai Bijiang's eyes were blazing with fury. He was determined to tear Jiang Chen into 1,000,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. Today, either you die or I die. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword tightly. A real battle of life and death was about to begin. Bai Bijiang was the mansion master of the White Tiger Mansion, not someone like Wu Bai. Jiang Chen might not be a match for Bai Bijiang on his own. He had to ask the Black King for help. Gut. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Go to hell. You'll pay for what you've done. Bai Bijiang took a step forward with overwhelming killing intent. De Huang, Long Shersan, and the others also became nervous. Let's get ready. Big brother can't defeat Bai Bijiang by himself. Mu Yibai's eyes were solemn as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the moment, the 500 disciples of the White Tiger Mansion were also itching for a fight. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and pointed his sword at Bai Bijiang.
In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows.
Jiang Chen's heart sank. Facing Bai Bijiang's terrifying pressure, Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position. He had already consumed a lot of his energy, which made this battle even more strenuous for him. Although he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Bai Bijiang alone, he didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. In less than 10 moves, Jiang Chen was completely on the defensive. He could barely move. Black King. Jiang Chen called out. The Black King arrived in an instant. The two were telepathically connected. They slashed at Bai Bijiang and began their counterattack. However, Jiang Chen had still underestimated Bai Bijiang. As the lord of a prefecture, Bai Bijiang's strength was absolutely 1 in 1,000,000. Even among the 9 heaven star lords, he was definitely one of the best. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 46-30. Bai Bijiang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he raged. The thunderbolts from his palms were unstoppable, forcing Jiang Chen to defend passively. The Black King and him were in great danger even when they teamed up. This battle was indeed too difficult for him. However, Jiang Chen remained the same. He wanted to squeeze out every last bit of his strength. He wanted to continuously become stronger. Only by doing so could he continue to improve. How dare you fight me? You don't have the ability to do so. Bai Bijiang's every move carried endless momentum. The invincible might of a 9th-level Star-Lord was unstoppable. Jiang Chen and the Black King used all their means, but they were still losing ground. Bai Bijiang's momentum greatly inspired the disciples of the White Tiger residents. This battle completely ignited the flames on the ruins. Facing the counterattack of the disciples of the White Tiger residents, De Huang, Long Shersan, and the others also gritted their teeth and charged forward. With the help of the monsters of the 9th-level Star-Lords, the fierce battle did not stop for a while. Jiang Chen was the only one who kept looking for an opportunity while retreating. Although he knew that he would lose, Jiang Chen's indomitable spirit shocked even Bai Bijiang. This guy was completely courting death. However, he was able to escape from Bai Bijiang's hands and retreat unscathed. Although he was in a sorry state, the black-robed man took most of the attacks for him. He was slippery like a loach and always managed to escape from death. Damn it! Since you only know how to escape, let's see my real killer move. Bai Bijiang struck out with both palms. Winds howled from his palms, and the winds and clouds shifted. A frightening palm strike came from all directions. His target was only one, to kill Jiang Chen. That was because Bai Bijiang was no longer in the mood to continue playing with him. Master, be careful. The Black King's pupils constricted. He took the lead and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He grasped the sky ascension stairway and instantly teleported himself and the Black King away, vanishing from the spot. How is this possible? Bai Bijiang's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes narrowed. Jiang Chen's figure had already appeared 100 meters away. Bai Bijiang was extremely puzzled. How did this guy do it? Die! Bai Bijiang's palm strikes were getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen was able to escape each time, but he could only passively defend himself. Every time he fought with Bai Bijiang, it was extremely dangerous, and he had a slim chance of survival. What Jiang Chen wanted was the pressure of a life-and-death battle. Although he knew he was no match for Bai Bijiang, he still relied on the stairway to heaven. He knew he couldn't defeat Bai Bijiang, but with the help of the stairway to heaven, he still went ahead even though he knew he couldn't defeat Bai Bijiang. Bai Bijiang couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Every time he was close to killing Jiang Chen would always escape. Although Jiang Chen wasn't a match for him, Jiang Chen must have some amazing secret treasure that allowed him to teleport. That was enough to put him in an invincible position. Bai Bijiang's palm slashed down like a blade. Jiang Chen retreated with great caution. His strength was constantly being squeezed out, but this wasn't the thrill of being abused. Instead, it was the growth that came from fighting an expert. He was growing with every exchange, and he was transforming with every second. Master Bai, please show mercy. Following a loud shout, a yellow-robed figure suddenly flew over and appeared between Jiang Chen and Bai Bijiang. His expression was grim and solemn. Your Highness, what's the meaning of this? Bai Bijiang's eyes were sharp. Lang Lang asked a question he already knew the answer to. There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. I hope Master Bai will show mercy. We can sit down and talk about it, Lin Tianlin said in a low voice. Bai Bijiang was the crown prince after all. Although he was angry, he had to put aside his anger for the time being. A life for a life, a debt for a life. It's only right and proper. I couldn't do anything about Bai Lu and Bai Zhe's deaths in the 4 mansions and 1 battalion grand competition. I've already done my best. However, he doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he behave atrociously in front of the White Tiger Mansion and kill the people of the White Tiger Mansion? This matter concerns the dignity of the White Tiger Mansion. Please make a decision, Your Highness. Bai Bijiang harumphed coldly. His words were like pearls, pointing to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has saved my life before. He's like a famous teacher. Please calm down for the time being. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Lin Tianlin said. Teacher, may I know why this matter started? Lin Tianlin knew that Jiang Chen was not an unreasonable person. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Jiang Chen to behave atrociously in the White Tiger Prefecture and kill people to show off his power. To him, this was indeed not in line with his identity and temperament. De Huang and Long Shersan were almost killed by the people of the Azure Dragon Mansion and the White Tiger Mansion. If I hadn't arrived in time, they would have died. How do you explain this matter, Master Bai? The competition in the Minorcosm world is a battle of life and death. Blades and swords have no eyes. Yet, you actually ordered your disciple to do such a dishonorable thing. Looks like this isn't what a gentleman would do. Jiang Chen sneered. Bull*T. As the mansion master of 4 manors and 1 camp, how could I do such a despicable thing? You're right, I do hate you and want nothing more than to hack you into 1,000 pieces. However, as the mansion master, do you think I'd do anything to a junior? If I wanted to kill you, why would I cower and do such a dishonorable thing? Humph, you're slandering me. Bai Bijiang's face was filled with arrogance. Who knows if the White Tiger Mansion is filled with repulsive, sinister, and cunning people. Humph. Jiang Chen said indifferently. You nonsense. Today, I must seek justice for my dead disciple. Bai Bijiang's palm wind rose again. It was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and its killing intent was unstoppable. Mansion Master Bai. Wait, there's something fishy about this. Please think twice. Bai Bijiang's palm wind landed in front of Lin Tianlin, but it didn't strike him. After all, Lin Tianlin was the crown prince of the Lin Kingdom. His status wasn't something that could be shaken by anyone. Although he didn't have any real power now, Nobody dared to ignore his status. Teacher. Tianlin is willing to swear on my head that this is not Mansion Master Bai's doing. It's highly possible that there's more to it. Please calm down. Let's discuss this further. Lin Tianlin wore a solemn expression. As the Mansion Master of 4 manors and 1 camp, Bai Bijiang was the emperor's confidant. He only took orders from the emperor. His status was second only to the emperor, and he was extremely arrogant. The Mansion Masters of the 4 manors and 1 camp were all upright people. Otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with such an important task by the emperor. Lin Tianlin believed this very much. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was just as Lin Tianlin had said. This matter might have something to do with the White Tiger Mansion, but it might not have been planned by Bijiang. Chapter 4273. Death die for me to see in a side hall of the White Tiger Mansion. Jiang Chen and Bai Bijiang sat facing each other. Their eyes were filled with the desire to fight. Lin Tianlin sat in the middle. The 3 of them had complicated looks in their eyes. I trust Mansion Master Bai's character very much. As the Emperor Father's most trusted man, he would never secretly order the White Tiger Mansion to assassinate De Huang, Brother Long, and the others, even though he has a grudge against Master. I can guarantee that. Everyone knows that Master has offended many people in the competition of the 4 manors and 1 camp. Therefore, it's highly possible that someone is making a big deal out of this matter to mislead the public. They want us to kill each other. Whether it's to kill Master or to weaken the strength of the 4 manors and 1 camp, it'll be of great benefit. Lin Tianlin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. You're saying that someone is trying to make things difficult and mislead the public so that the 4 manors and 1 camp will fight against Jiang Chen? Bai Bijiang said in a low voice. That's right. Therefore, I suspect that it's that person's doing. If it's really him, it's obvious that he's up to something. Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Chen and took a deep breath. If it's really him, perhaps you should be prepared. Jiang Chen said. What on earth are you two talking about? Bai Bijiang was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what Jiang Chen and Lin Tianlin were talking about. Now that things have come to this, there's something I must tell you. Please keep it a secret for me. Mansion Master Bai. Lin Tianlin rose to his feet and bowed slightly. He looked at Bai Bijiang with a solemn expression. Your Highness, I can't do that. Bai Bijiang rose to his feet immediately. No matter what, Lin Tianlin was the future crown prince. He couldn't afford to lose his status and etiquette. Your Highness, feel free to speak your mind. His Majesty is in closed-door cultivation, so you're half a master of the Lin Kingdom. I dare not act rashly. Very well, Mansion Master Bai. I'll be frank with you. You're my father's most trusted aide. Tianlin doesn't dare to hide anything from you. Lin Tianlin took a deep breath. To him, making this decision was akin to putting his life in someone else's hands. He couldn't afford to underestimate it. I think the person who wants you to kill each other is the current empress. How is that possible? Bai Bijiang's body sank, and his expression changed. The empress was the crown prince's mother. Why would he suspect his own mother? Empress Lin was the motherly model of the entire Lin kingdom, and everyone knew about her. I didn't believe it when I heard the news, but it's the truth. But the truth is that my mother has left me forever. The current Empress Lin is the Feather Clan member who was spurned by the Lin Kingdom. My mother is the Feather Clan member who was chased away by the Lin Kingdom many years ago. Lin Tianlin's eyes were moist as he spoke in a low voice. I can't talk nonsense about my mother's identity. The current Empress Lin is the evildoer of the Feather Clan. But I don't have enough evidence. Moreover, the Feather Clan's monster empress's influence in the Lin Kingdom is spread all over the Lin Kingdom. Since my father went into closed-door cultivation, she's practically in control of the Lin Kingdom now. The Lin Kingdom could be overthrown at any time. Once that Feather Clan demonic woman joins the Feather Clan and causes trouble for the human race, it will be the end of the human race. The consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Tianlin's words made Bai Bijiang's face darken, but he didn't say a word. He knew how serious this matter was, and it wasn't something that a mansion master of the 4 mansions and 1 camp could control. I wanted to compete with her secretly, but I almost got Brother Long Shersan killed. Now, many people in the Lin Kingdom, including the 4 mansions and 1 camp, have turned to the Feather Clan's monster empress. So, the whole story is probably the Feather Clan's monster empress's plot. As long as she gradually controls more than half of the Lin Kingdom's power, the Lin Kingdom will be in danger. Back then, she wanted to blacklist me, and that was why my strength plummeted. It wasn't until recently that I met Teacher that I gradually recovered. All of this is the Feather Clan's monster empress.
Teacher and the others have always been a thorn in her side.
I'm guessing that she definitely wants to use this opportunity to kill Teacher.
He has offended too many people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, and she just so happens to have the ability to mobilize the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion to plan this assassination.
Even if she kills Teacher and the others, no one will suspect it.
It's only logical because he has already been at odds with the people from the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion.
If he can kill the people from the 4 mansions and 1 camp, it's a good thing for her. No matter what the result was, it would only benefit her and not harm her at all.
It seemed to be a flawless plan, but it was precisely because she had misjudged the character and determination of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp lords that she had failed to take them down for so many years.
This was enough to prove that Imperial Father's trust in them was unparalleled. However, it's also a good thing for her to be able to exhaust your strength in the end. It's very likely that Master misunderstood because of the assassination attempt by the disciples of the White Tiger Mansion and Azure Dragon Mansion. This could be a meticulously planned scheme. In summary, these are Tianlin's words from the bottom of his heart. I hope Master Bai will understand. Jiang Chen didn't refute Lin Tianlin's words because he trusted Lin Tianlin's words. Since Lin Tianlin was willing to use his life as a guarantee, he must have a lot of trust in Bai Bijiang. Moreover, he was telling Bai Bijiang everything he had. If he didn't have enough trust in Bai Bijiang, he wouldn't have done so. Bai Bijiang sighed and nodded heavily. His Majesty once said that Crown Prince is his only successor. Now it seems that it's true. His Majesty has a unique vision.
Your Highness's words have enlightened this old man.
The Lin nation seems peaceful now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Maybe we really need to prepare for a rainy day. I, Bai Bijiang, have a clear line between love and hate, but I also know what is righteous.
I am indebted to His Majesty for appointing me as the Mansion Master of the White Tiger Mansion to protect the Lin nation.
I, Bai Bijiang, am willing to listen to your Highness's orders to eliminate the Demon Empress and help the human race. Until death. Mansion Master Bai is a righteous man. Tianlin is deeply indebted to you for the Lin nation.
Lin Tianlin said in a low voice with a hint of joy in his eyes.
Since that's the case, since the Demon Empress of the Feather Clan wants to kill us with a borrowed knife, we'll beat her at her own game. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His eyes were sharp and murderous. That damned Demon Empress could only blame herself for attacking his brother. Not only her, but Jiang Chen would also kill the Feather Clan. Those demons with wings always wanted to unify the human race and take over the human race. This time, Jiang Chen would make them pay the price. What do you mean by that? Bai Bijiang and Lin Tianlin looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. Since she wants to kill me, then I'll die for her. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.